Thank you. Well, good morning, El Dorado County. Today is Tuesday, March 12th, 2024, and it is my pleasure to open this regular meeting of the El Dorado County Board of Supervisors. I guess we're on the tail end of the rain and things are looking nice and green, and we'll be moving into some glorious spring weather at the end of the year, end of the week, not at the end of the year. So I think we'll all be looking forward to that. Unfortunately, the pastor that was slated to give our invocation this morning had a last minute commitment, so he won't be able to be with us. So Supervisor Turnbull, can we invite you to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Yeah. Ready? Begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Before we jump into our consent agenda, I'd like to welcome Deputy CAO Laura Schwartz. Delighted to have you with us today. And unfortunately, our CAO is under the weather today, so we wish her a speedy recovery. We're glad to have you with us. All right, we may now move on to the adoption of the agenda and approval of the consent calendar. At this time, the board can make any additions, deletions, or corrections, or make comments. So I will start to my right, Supervisor Lane.
I have no changes.
All right, thank you. Supervisor Heidel?
No changes.
Supervisor Turnbull?
No changes.
Supervisor Parlin?
No changes.
And I don't have any changes either. I know.
Right.
Wow.
Supervisor Thomas,
Yes.
at the request of our CAO, can we continue items 20 and 21 to April 2nd, 2024?
Thank you so much. Absolutely, since she's not able to be with us today. So we will continue items 20 and 21 to what date?
April 2nd, 2024?
April 2nd. Wonderful. All right, thank you. Kim, let's take public comment on the consent calendar, please.
Now taking public comment on the consent calendar. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when your time is up. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Does anyone wish to speak on anything not on our agenda today? All right, seeing none, let's move online.
And now taking public comment from online participants. There's no public comment.
All right, bring this back to the board. What is the will of the board?
I'll move to approve with the changes that were mentioned.
I'll second it.
All right. And once again, we are moving closed session items 20 and 21 to April 2nd. All right, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. Thank you. Wonderful. All right, we now move on to our 9 a.m. time allocation. Read item 22 into the record, please.
Item number 22 comes from Supervisor Parlin, recommending the board make findings that food trucks are not needed nor appropriate at the Henningsen Lotus Park.
Supervisor Parlin.
Right. Thank you for the opportunity to bring this item today. I tried to put some background into the legislative text of the item. I think I can fill it out a little bit more here after I thought, how do I explain what happened? So really briefly, Supervisor Heidel and I were assigned to the Chili Bar Park ad hoc committee for a couple of years, I think. And early last year, we were talking about what could we do to get some activity going at Chili Bar. And our parks manager at the time said, well, I'm getting ready to do an RFP for a food truck at HLP Henningsen Lotus Park. Let's add Chili Bar to that. And we went, great, that sounds fun. And so then on May 16th, we had a consent item. The board approved doing the RFP for the food trucks. Thought it was great, well, no problem. Then in June, I was contacted by Tim, who's here today, business owner in Coloma Lotus. And, you know, it just hadn't occurred to me that we were actually kind of taking business away from the local, very small engine economy there in Coloma Lotus. And so I reached back out to our parks manager at the time, and she had told me that, well, if we got any bids, they would come back to the board to be approved. And that's when we could say, you know what, we don't need these. Well, unfortunately, that was incorrect. And so it left my mind. I didn't think anything more of it until Tim called like a couple weeks ago and said, Lori, it looks like there's going to be a food truck at HLP I thought that wasn't going to happen. I went, uh-oh, so looked into it with staff, saw what happened. The original item that we approved in May said if any bids had been received, staff could just process them as long as they met our criteria. So bad on me, I misunderstood. I appreciated our business owners' concern though. That's why Tim came last week at open forum, brought the letters asking us not to put the food trucks there. It just could really devastate their economy there in the short summer season that they have. So with that, I'm bringing the item today. We did try to get a hold of the food truck vendor and Deputy CAO, were we successful?
No, I did not receive a call back.
So we weren't successful in getting a call back from the food vendor. So my thinking is today I'm asking that if the board would approve amending the contract to remove HLP from the contract, leave chili bar in there as a potential. And then if the food truck vendor says he's not interested in only doing chili bar, then we would have the option to terminate the contract. I think that's our best path forward. We did reach out to American River Conservancy. They have no concerns about us having a food truck at Chili Bar. The Coloma Lotus business owners have no concerns about us having a food truck at Chili Bar. So, I mean, hopefully that'll work out and could bring some activity down there. We were kind of excited about that. So that's where we are. And I know if I explained it well enough, it was a little complicated in my mind. Do you guys have any questions or want to ask staff?
Any questions?
I have one question for you. Supervisor Parlin, what is the out clause since we have already signed a contract with the other vendor? And if, I don't know that he or she even knows at this point. what they're doing.
Correct. And that would be to that end of the dais.
We can terminate at any time without cause. So we just simply send a letter. And we did reach out. I did personally reach out to the vendor, did not receive a phone call back.
Okay, there's not like a 10-day or 30-day, or it can terminate immediately.
On receipt of the letter.
Okay,
Good question.
Yeah.
Just make sure we
yeah.
doing it correctly. All right. Any other questions?
I just have a comment, and that is, I think, this is the right step forward. We want to protect the fragile economy of our businesses, particularly small business and stuff. It was an oversight, not really thinking through all these things. We thought by including the food truck, we'd create more excitement and energy at Henningsen Lotus Park and stuff. And that may have happened, but not at the compromise of the local businesses and their need to make sure that they make money when the season's good, because a lot of the season time isn't good. So you just survive and then you do well. So I think this is absolutely the right thing to do. So I support it.
And piggybacking on that, we recognize that small businesses are the lifeblood of our communities, especially our small communities. And those communities that are more seasonal in nature, it's harder and harder to have a viable business with all of the pressures that small businesses
Definitely.
face. So certainly understand that and appreciate you bringing this to our attention. And it's sometimes we have to pivot. We have the best intentions and things sound good, like you say. And I appreciate that you're leaving Chili Bar open for this vendor, because this is nothing against this vendor. I want to make that very clear. It's just we didn't think through it thoroughly. So before we take public comment, Tim, would you like to come up and add anything to this item since you helped bring this to our attention?
Introduce your sidekick.
Yes.
And pass her around, please.
This is my daughter, Emmy. We have another 3-year-old, but she is at preschool right now.
Aw.
So any other day other than Tuesday, and she'd be right here next to me.
I love it. I love it.
Yeah. The other one's a handful, though. This one's a lot easier. Should I just start whenever, or?
Yes, go right ahead.
Well, I'd first like to thank you guys, all of you, for taking the time to put this on the agenda and really think about it rather than just a straight knee-jerk reaction. And again, this isn't attack on the owner of the food truck or his business or anything. And I can't stress that enough. This isn't, oh, we don't want competition or anything like that. It is tough sledding in Coloma and Lotus for any business.
Yeah.
Especially the restaurants that try and stay open year round. You wouldn't know it, but there are quite a few of us as the restaurant owners and business owners. They're not here. They've asked me to come and speak for them on their behalf. And the reason they're not here is most of them have second and third jobs. So they run their restaurants or their businesses And then it's usually a husband and wife duo or something of the sort where they have another business that is their day job. One lady is the school nurse up at Gold Trail. And when she's off work there, she goes right to the restaurant,
Wow.
starts prepping for the next day. And then on her weekends, excuse me, she goes right back to it.
Wow.
Another couple, they manage, they're one of the top managers at Sierra Tahoe Ski Resort. They go
Wow.
up there, they work full time. It's just because they get up at like 3 a.m. to do that drive up there, and then they come back and they're able to keep their place open 6 days a week, which is
Labor of love.
is mind-boggling to me in Coloma. And then I'll get to myself. I luckily get to be a stay-at-home dad during the winter and watch both my girls, which is awesome. But my wife, on the other hand, she's a teacher at Herbert Green,
Oh, wow.
and I couldn't do what she does. I couldn't go and deal with middle schoolers all day long and then come home and deal with me and 2 more girls. But every day, especially when the restaurant gets open, as soon as she's off work, she comes straight out there. And her favorite thing is not to work with me at the restaurant. I can promise you that.
I can't imagine why.
She is not exactly thrilled to come out there and help me work in the kitchen by any means, but she does it because we have to. And we absolutely love seeing our girls get to grow up in these small family restaurants and go to these small family businesses that that's what I remember as a kid, is going to my grandparents' friends' restaurants and their hardware stores and pharmacies and things like that. So our goal is to just preserve that. We're not trying to take food out of somebody else's mouth and put it in our own or anything like that. We're just trying to preserve the small amount of business that we have in Coloma, and Lotus, excuse me. Make sure I didn't miss anything. Yeah, I mean, you guys already spoke on exactly what I was going to say. A county, not funded, but a county project that would actively take away from potentially every business in town, aside from like the rafting companies, which just doesn't seem like the right call. But having something at Chili Bar, and not that it's my say on whether that happens, but that's a phenomenal idea, because that area over there, nobody's gonna go from Chili Bar put in all the way to Coloma to get food. And it's a little more isolated than Henningsen Lotus Park.
Yeah.
And having something there that would feed them, give them something to drink, it's just a genius idea.
Yeah.
I can't stress that enough. And everybody in town was in agreement that that's an awesome plan, because there's just nothing over there. And seeing that area get developed a little more would be awesome. But again, that's not on us. We're not here to advocate for anything, or I mean, I know. Hang on.
She's out of Cheerios.
We supply.
Yeah.
That's your timer.
Do I have any time left?
Oh, no, you do. You're fine.
I didn't put you on
start the
public
timer.
comment.
Oh, okay,
Yeah,
okay.
so just- yeah.
Oh, you didn't. Oh, so I'm
No.
just up here talking.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I just have one more thing to
Sure.
add. Okay, we absolutely love the county. We love our town. We love our little town that we have out there, and we all work extremely hard year round to make sure that it stays that way. The small businesses that are out there are what make any small town.
Yeah.
You know, I can't tell you how many different, let's say cities, but larger towns or cities you go to, and there's the same 5 or 6 restaurants at every single one. Not to point fingers at Folsom and Roseville, but there's not much variety, because you just see the same group. And that's part of the small town charm, is having those mom and pop places that are just kind of
Unique.
there. Yeah. And it's watching our kids grow up in them. I can't stress that enough. We decided that, to stay in El Dorado County because we love it here. We're all born and raised there. I mean, my girlfriend's from El Dorado Hills, but living up in Coloma wasn't exactly her first choice, but she's fallen in love with it. And we absolutely love it. And we wouldn't want to be anywhere else, as would any other business owner in that town. They're there for the long haul. And that's all I have to say.
Tim, can I interject into your letter that you dropped off last week? You also included support for the multi-path multi-use trail path
Yes.
Right.
along to connect HLP more to, downtown Coloma and stuff. And I really
Makes sense.
appreciated you pointing that out because, oh, look at that, a bunch of DOT transportation guys in there.
And they're all
We're all lined up.
But I mean,
Ducks in a row.
I just think that pathway will really help tie Coloma Lotus together in a walkable, bikeable way
Could I,
that is
could I add
missing.
something to that? Not to interrupt, I'm sorry. Could I
Yeah,
add
actually,
something?
we have a couple minutes. We're
Sure.
not pressed
Am
for
I fine?
time, so.
Um, in support of that, absolutely. I can't tell you how many close calls there are. And that restaurant, that intersection alone is a very dangerous intersection.
Yeah.
And getting people off the road and onto a path, I mean, I'll put it this way. We don't walk that way with our kids
Yeah.
because you're essentially walking right along the road and it's not just slow traffic. You got people trying to make that run from Placerville to Auburn, flying through, and that walk along Lotus Road in general, where the shoulder is just the white painted stripe. It's a path there for people to walk on. Like, I know it would be a lot and it'd be a big undertaking, but it would be more than beneficial at increasing the foot traffic and just like interconnectability of both little towns that are there.
And while the path is not on our agenda today, I want to make that
Yes.
very, very
Yeah,
clear.
no, I know. I'm not,
But
I thought.
we just want to make that disclaimer, but it will be an important connector for the people that enjoy heading to Lotus Park and it be able to connect them to the business community there, that they can then enjoy the unique fare that you offer. So that's just wonderful. And by the way, what is your business?
Gorilla Rock Taco.
Awesome.
Yeah, it's.
Oh, that's
Yum, yum.
There used to be a taqueria there before, and it was owned by some friends of mine, and they approached me when I was in the military if I wanted to buy it from them. And at the time I was like, I don't want to go back. I love being, out and seeing the world. And then when I got out, I was like, there's always a reason to not do something. So I pulled the trigger on it and transformed it, and I get to see my daughters run around the kitchen when we're closed, not when we're open, but it's just the sweetest thing.
Oh.
And the customers that come in and they bring their kids, and then my kids get to play with their kids, and it's just an awesome feeling.
Well,
I
the
can't
connection we
stress on it. It's just such a good feeling, and I'm trying to put it into words. I know I'm taking up a lot of time, so I'm sorry.
Her connection with you right there says it all. It
Right,
says you're doing
that's
it
it.
right.
Yep.
And thank you for your service for our nation. And thank you for keeping the heart and blood of our small businesses alive. And
Right.
in Coloma is such an important part of our county. So
Yeah.
thank you so much. We appreciate you
Thank you
bringing
very
here
much.
today.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, let's take public comment on this item, Kim.
Now taking public comment on item number 22. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when your time is up. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record. Seeing no public comment in the boardroom, now taking public comment from online participants. There's no public comment.
All right, I will bring this back to the board for action. So Supervisor Parlin, would you like to make a
And
motion?
let me just check in with our deputy CAO. Do I need to change this a little bit to say that if the vendor's not interested, we would terminate it, or can we just leave it the way it is? What do you recommend?
Yes, if you can give authority to the purchasing agent to terminate if the vendor is not willing to amend the contract, then we can
Okay.
just move forward with either option.
So we'll take it as amend, or if that food vendor is not interested, terminate. Okay,
Yes.
so I'm gonna move it like that.
Perfect.
I'll
There's-
second.
All right, any further discussion? All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. All right, so we wish you a booming season and look forward to visiting all the businesses. in
And
the
we hope you
Coloma
come
Lotus
back and
Valley.
visit us again sometime. This is
Yeah.
fun.
Yeah.
Thank your wife for her service too,
Yes,
to our middle
absolutely.
school kids. That is sometimes hard duty, so greatly appreciate
And
it.
thank you all very much for understanding. I really appreciate your support on this.
Sometimes we have to pivot.
Yeah.
Yep.
All right, well, great. We have a 9:30 timeout. Well, we are moving through this morning. We have a 9:30 time allocation. Let's see, I don't think we don't want to shortchange our parks update. Our 11, well, although we can take the 9:30 after 9:30. What is the CAO's recommendation? Is it better to take a 10-minute break or to?
Yeah, if item 17 is going to go longer than 10 minutes, then I would suggest taking over. The parks item will definitely be, we need a little bit more time for.
Yeah, the 17 will take a little longer too.
Okay, I would suggest a break then.
Okay, so let's take a coffee break until 9:30, and then we will be back at 9:30 to hear item number 23. Thank you all. We are back and time for our 9:30 time allocation. So Kim, can you please read item 23 into the record?
Item number 23 comes from Supervisor Lane recommending the board, one, receive and file an update on transit operations in the Tahoe Basin, and two, authorize staff to initiate negotiations with the city of South Lake Tahoe regarding the formation of a Tahoe South Shore Transit Joint Powers Authority between the city of South Lake Tahoe and El Dorado County.
Thank you. And I will turn this over to you, Supervisor Lane.
Okay, thank you. I first want to thank my colleagues and thank staff for allowing us to bring this item forward. I've been trying to update all of you regularly about last year around May. You appointed me to be on the South Shore Transit Management Ad Hoc Committee. And the city of South Lake Tahoe and the unincorporated part of El Dorado County, along with one of our other partners, which is the nonprofit, the South Shore Transit Management Authority, which Mr. Suarez is the executive director of, and he'll be helping me with this presentation today. But I just kind of want to tee it up for all of us. Back in 1980, Congress signed the authority to create the Tahoe Regional Planning Agency. When they did that, they also created the Tahoe Transportation District as a special purpose district. Also, the Tahoe Regional Planning Agency serves as the TMPO. So for those of you who are on the transit authorities and know the lingo, that's important because it's through that process that we're able to get federal and state monies. So that money comes into TRPA serving as the TMPO, and those monies are passed through to the Tahoe Transportation District. The Tahoe Transportation District on the South Shore provides some transit. They actually operate transit. Up on the northwest shore where Placer County is, Placer County several years ago departed from the Tahoe Transportation District, formed their own transit authority, and they get their own federal and state monies directly to them, and they operate transit up on the North Shore. They also subsidize that transit system to the tune of about $2.5 million in the form of transit occupancy tax. So I mention that because that model we've been looking at for quite some time. There's a representative from the South Lake Tahoe City Council on the Tahoe Transportation District Board. El Dorado County Supervisors has a seat on the Tahoe Transportation District, which I fulfill. And Mr. Suarez, as the representative of the South Shore Transit Management Authority, also sits on the Tahoe Transportation District Board. We've been frustrated for years because we have two routes in the city of South Lake Tahoe. They're fixed routes with 1 hour headways, very inefficient. We have no transit operations in the unincorporated part of El Dorado County, with one exception, and that is paratransit, which they're required to provide. And Mr. Suarez will talk about that with more knowledge. We've been trying to get the attention of the Tahoe Transportation District for a long time now to say, this isn't working. Like all of our money is going to this, and it's a broken system. We also believe that not all the money that comes in from the state of California and from the feds for California, for both El Dorado County and the city, are being used. They're being used on projects in Nevada. They're being used in projects in other areas to provide regional transportation. And so we kind of have come together to say, this isn't working. Why don't we get the monies ourselves for federal and state and run our own transit? I will also mention to you, and these are my final comments, El Dorado Transit Authority was created with an agreement between the city of Placerville and El Dorado County, right, to create the El Dorado Transit Authority. And so it's a similar model. We're asking kind of for a similar reach. So with that, I want to go ahead and turn this over to Mr. Suarez. And if you could start our presentation, I'll make one comment on the first slide, and then Mr. Suarez, you may take over after that. This recently came out, like within a month or so. This is the Tahoe Transportation District Draft Regional Service Plan. And what their plan is great, and I support it, but it's to create regional connections. And if you look at this map and you don't really try to study too much the key, it doesn't really matter, it's the visual. Okay. They have plans for regional connectivity everywhere around the lake, except it all falls apart on the South Shore and the West Slope, which is all District 5. They have no plans or concepts for this area. And it's just another example of the fact that we're not getting what we need on the South Shore. I did do a survey recently within the last couple of weeks on transit in the unincorporated part of the county. And there were 500 responses to that survey. So a very good turnout. I was hoping for 100. 500 was great. 80% of all the people that responded to the survey said they would use transit if it was, you know, free and frequent. And mostly what the locals would use it for would be for recreation, to get to beaches in the summer, to get to hiking locations where they don't have to park a car. So there's definitely a need. And so with that, I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Suarez to finish out the presentation.
Good morning, Mr. Schwartz. Thank you for being with us today.
Well, good morning. First off, can you hear me?
Sure can.
All right, perfect. Well, I'd like to just start by saying thank you for this opportunity to present what we're doing with the South Shore Transportation Management Association in partnership. It's actually a public-private partnership. Over 21 local partners on the private side and public side, including the city, the new event center, the Tahoe Community College, and a plethora of local private businesses that have all come together to form the South Shore Transit Management Association to completely fund a microtransit system on the South Shore that has been operating in its second year. And we're just really excited, and I look forward to presenting a few highlights about that, and then kind of focusing on what we can do moving forward together. So we can move to the next slide. That would be great. So the service, which industry calls microtransit, think of it as Uber or Lyft, or taxi service for that matter, that has been transformed into public transit through technology providers that said, you know what, we should provide that same level of technology so that transit providers or transit systems can use the service in the same way, but rather than it be just a personal taxi or a personal Uber trip, let's give the option to group rides and move many more people with the same kind of context or process, and therefore, you know, transporting people from their home or place of business, share rides and move them about an area, and integrate that type of service with fixed route. And that's what microtransit is all about. So we have integrated that service on the South Shore in the city, and have extended some of that service into Nevada, into Douglas County, and we've had tremendous success. It's known as LakeLink. It was privately branded, and that's when you download the software on your phone. You go to the App Store, you download the app. It's called LakeLink, and then the service will be presented to you. So next slide, please. This is what the service looks like. It's up to 14 passenger vans and minivans, and they're designed to be smaller and nimble so they can get into neighborhoods, provide that kind of first mile, last mile connectivity to a robust transit network. In this case, higher frequency buses running along corridors that most people would use, in this case, Highway 50. So that's where fixed route would be focused on. And then the microtransit vehicles are going in and out of neighborhoods, in and out of business parking lots to pick people up kind of door to door. So no longer do you have to walk to a bus stop and wait and wonder when the vehicle is going to get there. You can literally, with a couple of clicks on your phone, order a ride, and you can track the ride, know when it's going to get to your doorstep. So you can stay active and productive, or if you're eating lunch or at the lake and you want to get few more minutes of sun, then you can do that, watch your vehicle get close, and then pick up your belongings and get on your vehicle and get on with your ride and your life. So that's the way the service is designed, and it's been working just extraordinarily well. We've achieved numbers that are really unexpected. I think a lot of that has to do with the different types of services that are or different ride types that are requested in the high volume of visitors to South Lake Tahoe. Next slide, please. We have a tremendous amount of data that comes out of the system. This is just one example of what's called a heat map on your left, which kind of shows the geography that's being covered by the transit system in this particular zone. And then the hotter the color, in this case red, means the more people are being picked up and dropped off in those areas. So you can see the high concentration in red is along Route 50, which argues the point that a high frequency bus route is really needed in this area. Currently, as Ms. Lane mentioned, there's only hour frequency. We need much better frequency than that. But due to other funding priorities and projects in the state of Nevada and California, they tend to keep the level of service at hourly headways, which is inefficient, and it's just not effective enough to carry the number of people. Since we've launched this service, we've had so much ridership that just with 6 vans, we're carrying as much ridership as the TTD transit network is in the area. So we really need to have local control to do a better job of carrying more people. And you can see the different types of trips for work, shopping, outdoor recreation, restaurants, and so on. And it's really showing a high productivity rate that, and this was very much reflective of the goals and objectives that the board had set forth for the system. So we're very pleased with the outcome. It does show that it's serving visitors as well as locals, and it's serving just about every trip type. We also have the ability to capture real-time customer feedback. So we get a lot of information about how the service is working. People have the ability to write, personal information about their trips. And out of a 1 to 5, with 5 being exceptional service, we're averaging about 4.9 plus. So we've had a very, very good feedback from the riders. Next slide, please. So again, it's been highly successful to date. In our first year of launch, we carried 122,000 riders with 4 vehicles operating. Our operating hours are 7 a.m. to 9 p.m. on weekdays, and then just recently we've extended it to 11 p.m. on weekends. Our second year of service, we're projecting about 200,000 passengers. Just in January alone, we carried 24,000 trips with 6 vehicles that we have in service, and that's year over year doubled ridership. I would expect the same type of results as we expand out into District 5. And then just as a note here, we're very appreciative of the partnership that we have with you on the El Dorado County side in 2022. There was $300,000 contributed in 2023, 200,000, and we're very thankful and appreciative of that funding to help keep the service operating. Next slide, please. So with respect to the areas that are currently served by the Tahoe Transit District that was mentioned earlier, beyond the paratransit service, there's really no transit service that's provided by TTD at this point. There is fixed route service along Highway 50 that is provided by the El Dorado Transportation District, and it's basically service that is run for Amtrak, and it only runs, I believe, once or twice a day. Again, not effective or efficient enough to really support the mobility needs of people beyond paratransit. And paratransit is an interesting word, right? It really is about focusing on people that qualify for service. It's not the same as American with Disabilities Act, but it covers the same folks typically. So these are people that qualify on a questionnaire or form. You have to fill it out, be interviewed, and if you qualify for the service, then you're allowed to use it. It's typically folks that have ambulatory needs, or they have a disability, or they meet a certain age criteria. They're qualified to use the service. Now, this is not mandated by the FTA for the Myers area. It's typically complimentary service to fixed route. So from the Federal Transportation Administration's perspective, if you use $1 of federal money to provide fixed route, you have to provide complimentary paratransit service. In this case, TTD is not providing fixed route service, but they are qualifying folks to use the service to limit the amount of service that's actually provided to the people that need it the most. And so they're doing a good thing to provide lifeline services to folks. But where we're missing the mark is by only being able to use those vehicles for paratransit service, it's denying opportunities to people that are in these neighborhoods that need access for various types of service. And again, they do that because they don't want to overwhelm the paratransit vehicles. By its definition, paratransit takes precedence over any other type of trip. By the FTA rules, if you're going to provide general purpose trips, you can't have any type of trip that takes precedence. So that's why TTD is doing what they're doing. But they're spending about $1 million, $1.2 million for paratransit service in total on the South Shore. And we feel that there's a better way to make that service more effective and efficient by commingling those trips. And we believe through the JPA, we have local control of funds and local control of the transit services that are provided. We can do a much better job of delivering service. And then I'm not going to cover the points that are here because they've already been explained. Next slide, please. So kind of that first introductory slide kind of showed the entire region that's in the short range and long range transit plan for TTD. This kind of provides a little bit more fidelity on the South Shore and in District 5. You see all these numbers there to contemplate transit services in different zones. And in actuality, Zone 1, Zone 2, Zone 3, and Zone 4 have already been delivered against, the majority of it has, through the South Shore Transit Management Association and its partners. We're delivering microtransit. The green line, diagonal line, is representative of the Route 50 service that's provided by TTD. But for all intents and purposes, zones 1, 2, 3, and 4, the majority of that has already been delivered by the partners, predominantly the city, Douglas County, and El Dorado County and its partners have delivered funding completely outside of TTD to deliver that service. Areas 5, 6, and 7 have not been contemplated yet by the JPA and the SSTMA at this point because they're labeled or deemed paratransit service, and there's a lot of federal criteria that's associated with reporting and the type of service that's delivered. And we want to address that, but we don't want to do it immediately because there's some complications. We want to do that in a second phase. But if you look to the left, there's a lot of contemplated on this map. There is a the majority of what's on these bullets are initiatives that serve across state line into Nevada. And while I agree with Supervisor Lane that we are also supportive at the SSTMA, and I believe the city is as well, of this long-range transit plan, it's important that we focus on local control and solving our transportation needs with the dollars that we have available to us in developing very good, robust, consistent transit on the South Shore in El Dorado County, and then look longer term in other funding sources that are available to provide these regional connections. We don't think it's an either or, but we do think there's a priority, and the priority should be local first, regional second. Next slide, please. So looking at funding, the SSTMA and its partners have raised $2.2 million to fund the calendar year 24 transit service. Again, El Dorado County has provided $200,000 of that, so thank you again for that. We believe to expand the service, the current type of service that we're providing citywide, the total budget will be $3.8 million. That money does exist in the region through the FTA sources, through the public-private partnerships. We're looking at TOT, much like they did on the North Shore. We're investigating a T-bid, which is basically a transit business improvement district, which would be an overlay on the businesses to help fund transit. And again, we just prefer the local control. We believe that the money's available. Certainly, there's plenty of funds in the TDA that come into the region that could be leveraged for either microtransit or fixed route. There's roughly $2.2 million to $2.5 million that come in every year through the TDA funds. And we believe that establishing the JPA, providing that local control, will immediately develop, if we do nothing different with regard to what we're contributing into the TTD, at least there will be an immediate leverage that's created to prioritize what projects and what services are actually provided on the South Shore in El Dorado County versus what's going into Nevada. So we think just for that purpose alone, there's tremendous benefit. And we believe that the JPA is the right way to do that. We've discussed it at the South Shore Transit Management Association's board of directors, and there's significant support for the formation of the JPA. Just to note, in having discussions with the different private entities, they feel more comfortable making sure that those dollars go local. So as far as taking those private dollars and handing those over directly to the TTD, there's been a very, very consistent concern, I guess, in doing that. But I don't believe that would be the case if a JPA is formed, that the SSTMA would feel more comfortable providing that funding to the JPA directly. And I believe that may be my last slide, but let's see if there's another one here. Yes. So the first step, establish that local control. Then we can start exploring options to expand the paratransit service that currently exists out to Myers into an on-demand service, which would provide some general purpose trips. We can then explore limited bus stop service from Myers to the Y, which is a good transfer point as we're bringing the fixed route service into a higher frequency mode. So that would be a wonderful connection. It would allow people to commute with much higher frequency. And then we can also explore opportunities to extend service out to Emerald Bay during the summertime and see what other options there might be to improve transit with the exploration of enhancing service with the El Dorado Transit Authority, specifically that Amtrak route, to see if there's ways that from the private sector we can add some additional funds to increase that frequency and look at creative ways to use both federal, state funding, match with local to increase the frequency and revenue that we can use to pay for the service. So again, we think that there's plenty of funds between federal, state, and local to make a big difference, to optimize the service, to bring new service strategies, which are already deploying on the South Shore, to the county, specifically in District 5, as well as for the city of South Lake on the South Shore. So that's my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have.
All right, thank you so much for that very informative presentation. We appreciate it. At this point, I'll open the board up for board questions or comments. Supervisor Partland.
You didn't want to go first.
You got first.
Okay, button is working. That's good. Thank you for that presentation, Mr. Suarez. I have some questions only because I don't understand some of the funding streams. So forgive me if it was here and I didn't catch it. And I did try to read this yesterday and it's not clicking for me, but the one slide here near the end says that surrounding portions of El Dorado County are not served well by TTD. I remember that concern from past presentations several years ago when Supervisor Novosel was here on the board. So I think that the TTD has been a concern for a while, but what I'm not understanding is the TDA. I don't know what that stands for, but where does it come from and how is it allocated? And is TTD getting TDA funds now? Are they going to resist this reallocation, and how is that going to go? That to me just stood out in this one slide.
That was also my question. So
Oh,
yeah,
okay, very good.
Yeah, and I think there's a political answer to that, and then there's the actual answer to those questions. So Mr. Suarez, will you speak to what that funding source is and how it works?
I'll do my best. It's defined as the Transportation Development Act funds. It is sales tax driven for the portions of El Dorado County and the city of South Lake Tahoe that are collected, and then for the intent, for the purpose of providing transportation in that area, in that region. If there's no entity to claim the funds, then what's been happening in the past is TTD, rightfully so, makes a claim for the funds so that they can provide transit in the region. The TDA funds are malleable, so they can be used for transit, transportation in the Tahoe region, and the Tahoe Transportation District, being a bi-state compact, can use those funds to fund not only transit, but transit or transportation related projects. So there's both capital and of course operating. Operating is once you have the system in place, but capital would be vehicles or facilities or whatever the case may be. So the transit district makes a claim to those funds because we're not making claims to them directly. And I'll stop there and answer any other questions.
No, that was really helpful.
And then I think
Yeah.
just politically speaking, you asked another very relevant question, which is why would the Tahoe Transportation District part with those funds? And we do think that that's problematic, which is why we feel that if the city and the county work together and create a joint powers authority, that they wouldn't really at that point have a choice, because they're receiving the funds because nobody else is requesting them, no other
Right.
entity. It's questionable whether or not the South Shore Transit Management Authority would be able to place a claim on that. That's something we want to consider. So what's really before us today is asking you to bless staff to begin to have these really technical conversations with the city and with SSTMA to figure out what does that entity look like. It's not an obligation of dollars at this point. We're not talking about that. And I have some ideas on that going down the road, but it's not an obligation for us to fund to any level transit. It's just, how do we get an entity together that can draw the funds that we already get? And then how we supplement that, like with the model that Mr. Suarez showed, where there's 21 different businesses and local agencies that are all putting money in the pot. It has nothing to do with these TDA monies that go to the transportation district and should be used for transit, but clearly are not.
Okay, that was really helpful. Did you have I see your gears going, Chair.
Yeah, I
like,
guess I have a follow-up. I have a follow-up question to that. Am I understanding correctly that also part of your vision for a connected South Shore and unincorporated area of El Dorado County is combining this microtransit in an efficient way with the fixed routes? So the fixed routes are through the Tahoe Transportation District. So I guess part of the negotiations will be, how do you ensure that they have a complete system that can operate while making sure that we have the funds we need on the El Dorado County side to have a connected a connection to that fixed route. So that will be part of the negotiation. So I guess my larger question was, are you working, do you envision working in conjunction with the TRPA and the Tahoe
Transportation District, yeah.
TTD,
Right,
right?
yeah.
You'll
Yep.
have to have
In
some coordination, but the JPA will be the entity that does that.
And in the short term, that is true. But once we're able to claim the TDA funds,
Okay.
I foresee that we would run the whole system. So we would have control of the fixed route as well as the microtransit.
So that's kind of a longer term vision.
Right.
Okay. I just kind of wanted to understand.
Yeah,
this
there's a
fully.
transition period and then there's a, hopefully, we're in the driver's seat.
Literally.
And if I may add,
Certainly.
it's important to communicate that it's the intent of the city, the South Shore Transit Management Association. I believe El Dorado County would feel similarly, that we don't want to disrupt transit services that are being provided to stakeholder communities. The FTA and the state typically want to make sure that we're not going to do anything politically to cancel a route that would otherwise stay in service unless there is a coordinated effort, which we are doing. There's a lot of communication, a lot of committees, as we have this South Shore Technical Advisory Committee. We also have a Technical Advisory Committee on the TTD. I serve as a board member there as well. And we want to be very methodical about making sure that the services that are being delivered today don't get disrupted. So there's going to be a natural need for a transition period as we design new services to ensure that if we defund a route, that we're following all the federal guidelines that are required to do the public, go through the public process so that there's public input, that we're going through Title VI to make sure that there's no disparate impacts on the general public. All of those are requirements to receive FTA dollars. So this is a very much needed coordinated effort, and we want to be careful about what string we pull to untie a knot and make sure that the whole thing doesn't unravel on us. Sorry for the analogy here, but that's really what we have here. Is we have a bunch of knots that need to be pulled and untangled and reassembled. So I think that's everybody's interest, and it's in the best interest of the general public. And it's going to take some time to make sure that we do that. That may mean that if there are TDA funds that are being used to fund multi-year projects, in the state of Nevada. I don't know if there's many of those, but I do think there might be one or two that funding isn't pulled away without some other supplemental funding being put in its place before we do that.
That was incredibly
Thank-
helpful. That's kind of where I was getting at. Yeah, yeah. Thank you very much for that explanation. And we are always very cognizant of retaining local control to make sure that our residents are best served. So Supervisor Parlin, did you have any other questions on that?
No, that was really helpful. Thank
Right,
you.
excellent. Supervisor Heidel.
Yeah, so my interest is looking at systems integration, all of these different moving pieces, right? And I'm a little concerned that the JPA that's being proposed doesn't include some of the elements that I think we should consider. One of it's El Dorado County Transit, separate from the county government, but it seems like we should be looking at how do we integrate our Western Slope Transit with what's going on in Tahoe. Amtrak is kind of the connectivity that was mentioned, right? The daily bus trip that goes up and stops at the Y. But the other side of it is, was there consideration of why TTD was not included as JPA? Why not do a more regional JPA and make sure everybody's needs are properly served as opposed to somewhat what looks like a competition, right? Competition for funds, and there's always winners and losers. And can it be integrated at a higher level at a JPA that really serves the whole broader needs of the whole Tahoe area and West Slope?
So that's a very loaded question,
Okay,
So-
I presume politically, but
right?
yeah,
Because
yeah.
there's a long history here. So back in the day, back in like the 80s and 90s, the Tahoe Transportation District was purely a funding source. They received a lot of these funds.
Mhm.
Everyone around the basin applied for those funds to do specific projects that were transportation related, not transit.
Okay,
The Tahoe Transportation District really, its strength is not in operating transit,
mhm.
but its strength is in being able to procure all of these dollars, millions of dollars, to be able to support projects in and around the basin. They became a transit operator for the unincorporated part of the county and the city. When the city's bus system went bankrupt, there were a lot of, there was a court case and everybody
Okay.
was suing everybody. And the Tahoe Transportation District by default said, we'll pick it up from here and at least help you get back on your feet. And they have, we're thankful to them that they were able to step in and do that. But it's clear that it's not robust. The monies are being diverted to other types of projects and not the transit that we need on the South Shore. And vehicle miles traveled is a really big deal in Tahoe. When you have 25,000 residents, and I bumped that up a little bit for any Tahoe people that are listening, I know 23,000.
Are you rounding?
I'm rounding. But you know, we get 100,000 visitors that are all driving their own cars up into the basin. And that new special event center actually charges $4 per ticket for whatever event they're running that helps support microtransit to get people out of their cars. Well, the locals have very limited service. The tourists basically have none. I mean, you know, we identified that route that goes from the Y to Emerald Bay. It doesn't exist. They drew it on the map because it's a road,
Right.
but there is no public transportation. So it's things like that, to your point, involving El Dorado Transit Authority, which is why, thank you, I asked
Mhm.
to be on that board, because I do see opportunity for El Dorado Transit Authority to have a big role in the basin, which they currently don't. That Amtrak bus drives through Myers to the Y
Mhm.
with people from Sacramento and Placerville, and then it drives back a couple hours later. But it really doesn't service anyone in Tahoe, even though the bus is going right through.
But
So
wasn't
I
intended
think
to, in
there's
my
big
opinion, yeah.
opportunity, right? It wasn't intended to, but man, now I think that there's a lot of opportunity there. So this concept is not at the exclusion of any of those options. Those are good options. I've spoken with El Dorado Transit Authority and
Transportation Commission.
the Transportation Commission and about all of these ideas. And everyone has been so supportive, like, yes, we should look at that. So this is asking, getting the authorization for staff to begin looking at what are all the options and what's best for everyone up in the basin.
I'd also like to add that they receive their own TDA funds. So this TDA apportionment that we're talking about, the 2.2 to 2.5 million annually, is for this specific district as well as the city of South Lake Tahoe. And
TDA funds, yeah.
yes, the TDA funds. And we've already started discussions. Thank you to the supervisor for setting up those meetings. We do see great opportunities for us to collaborate more tightly. I think there's a desire for the El Dorado Transit District to learn more about microtransit, and we have a very robust microtransit service. Just glancing at the route configurations, there's a lot that can be done to optimize very similarly to what we've done on the South Shore to improve the productivity of those routes and introduce new innovation there as well. And then ultimately, I want to impress on the Board of Supervisors that the TTD was enacted by Congress, and they have ultimately the operating authority for both for the entire jurisdiction of Lake Tahoe. So we have to, this JPA, much like the SSTMA, has to get operating authority from TTD. So it's not like we're going to fight with them over this. They ultimately hold a trump card with TRPA. And so we're working very closely. Many of us are working very closely with TRPA and with TTD to figure out what the funding sources look like today. And I don't think that the TTD staff has much of a bone to grind or pick, whatever, with the idea of a local transit system operating on the South Shore. They just want to make sure that transit services are being provided. The interesting thing when you look across the region is there's a multiplicity of different transit scenarios that are being operated. And the only one where I think TTD is operating direct transit services other than these connected regional routes is on the South Shore. So that seems to be kind of the outlier, and it used to run locally by the city. And then TTD came in and has been doing the best job that they think they can do. But I think with innovation, with transformative ways to look at transit services to be delivered, it's time. And I think there's a willingness that continues to grow to take on the direct operating responsibility for those services. We just want to do it in a phased approach and be very methodical about how we do it.
Thank you. Does that answer your question, Supervisor?
It does. I have one final question.
Sure.
Is there an interest in looking at TOT revenues to help pay for the transit system that would be in the Tahoe Basin?
There's definitely a logical nexus to that, so I don't think it's off the table.
Okay.
But I will mention also that the fixed route, a possible solution would be a fixed route from the Y to Emerald Bay with no parking in Emerald Bay, some type of reservation system.
Yep.
That people would pay for, with the proceeds of that also perhaps supporting transit in the basin. So there's other opportunities as well.
There'll be a mix of funding
Yeah,
sources.
I'm glad to hear that, because the
Yeah,
Emerald Bay
agreed.
situation in the summertime is really, really difficult to try to get parking. If you don't go really early, you just have to be really, really lucky. So providing that kind of a service for visitors to be able to have a simple drop off, escorted out, they do their tour, they get back on a bus.
Right.
That's fantastic.
Yep.
That's something that we really need to work towards.
Yeah.
Very good.
I got a quick question.
Sure.
You know, and all the other beaches like Baldwin Beach and Hope and all that, do they have adequate transit service there?
No, there's no transit
None.
service.
So that's a
Zero.
big problem, because the parking is terrible. You
Right.
can't find a parking spot. Then people are parking out in the middle of the road,
Right.
along the road, and people can't get out. So it's very, very dangerous.
Right.
So this would be a really good thing, especially for that, because all those beaches along that area and stuff like that, you can't find a
Well, even
parking
down at
space
Bijou.
unless you get there at 9 or 10 o'clock. That's
Right.
it.
And just like the survey that I mentioned, that we put out, locals said emphatically, we would use transit to also enjoy beaches and
Right, it would be a good
access
thing.
to desolation and those
Yeah.
types of things. So yes. And with the buses, if they're on a fixed route and they're passing by every one of those beaches,
Right, right.
there, there could be stops.
Yeah, I think that'd be a good thing because it is really bad. The parking's terrible. I
Yeah.
can tell you that right now.
Any further questions then before we
Nope.
take public comment? All right, excellent presentation. Thank you so much for bringing this to our attention and
Yes.
very informative. Appreciate it, Mr. Suarez. Just kind of stay with us while we take public comment. Thank you. Kim, let's open it up.
Now taking public comment on item number 23. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when your time is up. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Good morning, Woody.
Good morning, Chair Thomas, board members, Woody Deloria, Executive Director of the El Dorado County Transportation Commission. Just want to support the concept of expanding transit into South Lake Tahoe and the West Slope. There were some questions about the TDA funding. TDA funding has 2 funding sources that were established. One, LTF, Local Transportation Fund. That's generated through a 1/4-cent sales tax established in 1972. And then the other funding source is State Transit Assistance, STA. That is generated through diesel fuel sales, and that's was established in 1980. And in 2017, Senate Bill 1 also added state of good repair to that TDA funding, so a third leg of that program. As was mentioned, EDCTC, as the Regional Transportation Planning Agency for the West Slope, administers those TDA funds to El Dorado Transit as the only transit operator on the West Slope. And this proposal does not take away from the operations and service that El Dorado Transit has in their short and long range transit plan. The short and long range transit plan was just updated by the transit agency here on the West Slope. And it does include some microtransit pilots, and they are looking at the South Lake Tahoe microtransit as a model to work from for a rural microtransit pilot rollout. And I will just say that we are probably in the most transformative time in public transit in a very, very long time. The coronavirus pandemic really shook up how transit operates, cutting ridership by 60 to 80% or more in a lot of parts of the state. And we all collectively, meaning EDCTC, TRPA, Tahoe Transportation District, are looking at what the next kind of future of transit is going to look like. So it's not going to be the traditional commuter buses going to Sacramento. It is going to be these new concepts for microtransit, other shared mobility options as well. So be happy to answer questions on the funding or the West Slope.
Questions for Woody?
No.
That was
Kind of,
helpful.
sort of.
Sure.
Kind of along what Supervisor Heidel said, and maybe I didn't get a clear understanding of it, but would it make more sense to expand the El Dorado County Transit Authority to be more inclusive instead of doing this separate effort? Or is this in conjunction with, or?
So the El Dorado Transit Authority receives funds through EDCTC as the Regional Transportation Planning Agency for the West Slope. Right. TRPA, Tahoe Regional Planning Agency, is the Metropolitan Planning Organization, and our TPA, Regional Transportation Planning Agency, for the basin. So they administer the TDA funds in the basin. We administer them on the West Slope. El Dorado Transit could operate across that boundary without any trouble. We would just need to make sure that the funds that are allocated in the West Slope go to service that's in the West Slope, and the funds that are allocated in the basin go to service that's allocated in the basin. So I don't think there's a need to expand the JPA or any of that to a broader geography, because the framework is there. We need to continue to coordinate across all those agencies.
Okay.
That's helpful. All right. Woody, your perspective is so valuable. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. Seeing no one else in the boardroom, let's go online, Kim.
Now taking public comment from MJ.
Good morning.
Good morning. This is Mindy Jackson. I'm the former director of El Dorado County Transit Authority.
Welcome.
I just wanted to say that to remind the board and the public that El Dorado County Transit Authority does operate as a joint powers agreement between the city of Placerville and the county of El Dorado, and has done so since, I believe, 1991. So it's an excellent vehicle to apply for the funds that are meant for transit. So I applaud the suggestion to move forward with that. And I'm very glad to hear that you're including both the executive director of El Dorado Transit and the Transportation Commission to look into that situation. Thank you.
Mindy, thank you so much for calling in today. Really appreciate your perspective on that.
Now taking public comment from Sarah Letton.
Good morning, Sarah. Can you unmute yourself? There you go.
Good morning. I apologize on Zoom. I'm signed in as Sarah Letton, but this is actually Hillary Roverud. I am the Assistant City Manager for the City of South Lake Tahoe. Thank you for hearing this item this morning. Supervisor Lane and Mr. Suarez did a really nice job summarizing the state of transit in the South Lake Tahoe area and answering questions from the supervisors. So I don't have a whole lot to add there unless any supervisors have questions about the perspective of the city on the formation of this JPA. I did want to refer the board to a letter that was submitted by City Manager Joe Irvin on this item. That letter really emphasizes that although the regional service and connectivity throughout the Lake Tahoe Basin is important, there does need to be more focus on local transit service within the city, as well as the unincorporated areas of El Dorado County in the Lake Tahoe Basin, as was presented this morning. The city does believe that formation of the JPA would facilitate a more local control of the funding, the planning, and the implementation of transit service. Our city council did adopt a resolution authorizing city staff to enter into negotiations with El Dorado County on development of a JPA agreement. And if the board concurs today, then we really look forward to working with your staff to develop the structure of a proposed JPA and all of the details that come along with that, really to provide a more efficient and improved transit system for both residents and visitors throughout the South Shore area. And some of the ideas that the supervisors have presented this morning certainly will be part of those discussions as we move forward in developing that agreement. If you have any questions for me, I'm available. Otherwise, thank you again for hearing this item.
Thank you for the calling in and sharing the support for the city of South Lake Tahoe. Greatly appreciate it.
Thank you.
Now taking public comment from Chris Payne.
Good morning, Chris.
Good morning, board. Can you hear me?
Sure can.
Okay, so I just wanted to bring up a couple of things. I've said before, my son has a house in Incline Village. And so I've taken the North Star shuttle over to the Thunderbird Lodge and respectfully know that a lot of the resorts have their own shuttle service that they use to move people from their respective businesses, lodging in a hospitality way. There's a website called linkingtahoe.com that if you go there, you'll see it gives you advisory guidelines to how you can get service. I'm talking about service from the person's personal motor vehicle to areas around the lake, including North Shore and West Shore. So it brings up the question of how all of this fits, including the last remaining one that I wanted to speak about, the Tahoe Truckee Regional Transportation System, which the acronym is TART, T-A-R-T. So I see a much broader perspective that maybe this discussion has brought up at this point. But I think it's important to make sure that all of the parties that are involved here, including those resorts, are brought into the discussion. Thank you for the time.
Thank you for calling in.
There's no additional public comment.
All right, I will bring this back to the board for any final discussion and a motion. Supervisor Lane, do you have anything else you'd like to add, or would you like to make a motion?
No, I'd be happy to make a motion. Are you ready for that?
We're ready.
Okay. I would like to ask the board to authorize staff to initiate negotiations with the city of South Lake Tahoe regarding the formation of a Tahoe South Shore Transit JPA between the city of South Lake Tahoe and El Dorado County.
I'll second.
Any further discussion? All right, I think we're ready for the vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. So well done, Supervisor Lane, and thank you so much, Mr. Suarez, for being with us this morning and helping us understand the challenges and the opportunities in the Tahoe Basin.
Big O.
Yes. Look forward to progress. All right, thank you. Excellent. All right, with that, let's move into item number 17. Kim, can you please read that into the record?
Item number 17 comes from Supervisor Heidel and Supervisor Turnbull, recommending the board direct the Department of Transportation to 1, prepare an analysis that would identify the preferred route alignment for a new roadway to connect Latrobe Road to the Sacramento County line south of El Dorado Hills Business Park. 2, prepare a programmatic level environmental analysis for the proposed alignment. And 3, return to the board with a proposed amendment to the transportation and circulation element of the general plan, which would add the new roadway to figure TC1 circulation map.
All right, excellent. So Supervisors Heidel or Turnbull, or
Let me do the lead in.
Go ahead.
Yeah,
Alright.
okay. So I want to put a label on this, or a name. Road to the West is what it's been referred to, and a lot of the discussion has been going on. So I want to make sure there's some connectivity with this discussion and what is referred to as Road to the West. And I'm going to give you a little bit of history. Going back about 4 years ago, my planning commissioner, John Vania, and I were talking about various things relative to road expansion, capacity needs, et cetera, and looking at the location where the future high school for El Dorado Union High School District is located south of the business park. I think it's like 200 acres, and recognizing that there was increasing population within the business park, it became obvious that Latrobe Road was going to be a real bottleneck if something wasn't identified to try to alleviate a lot of that traffic congestion, particularly where it goes through White Rock Road, Latrobe Road. And so we actually did some research and looked at the history of it, found out, well, there was a proposal done like 12 years ago and a study done in terms of a roadway that would parallel the Sacramento County, El Dorado County line and go south of the business park and then kind of in and hit Latrobe Road. Unfortunately, in the progression of reviews and everything else, that idea was stopped and it became what's now called Carson Crossing, which doesn't go down all the way down the line. It goes into the business park. So we, I guess, unknowingly created a situation where we've kind of increased the traffic demand on Latrobe Road without an alternate routing. So 4 years ago, we started strategizing, what do we need to do? And it became obvious you had to go through on the Sacramento County side to get a roadway from White Rock Road to go south, cross into El Dorado County, connect to Latrobe Road, and that would provide that alternate routing. So that's what's led to this current study. So the future high school site was a really thing that drove it, but there's a number of other things that have come up recently. The Community for Health and Independence is a large project that's being planned by AKT, Secaucus, which would include 1,400 acres in El Dorado County, 1,400 acres in Sacramento County, and that's going to need the road to service. And it turns out that that roadway that we're proposing here would be the alignment that would be ideal for that particular development to be located around. Part of that comes into the planning where the city of Folsom has defined a new intersection at Empire Ranch Boulevard and Highway 50. It's actually got roundabouts in it, but it's a new freeway intersection, and that roadway would go south and come down and hit White Rock Road. So that's all planned. It's part of the future roadway extensions that will occur. And so it creates the ideal situation where the road could be extended further south from that intersection at White Rock Road and the Empire Ranch Boulevard to go towards the lower end of the business park on the Sacramento County side, and then loop into the Sacramento and loop into El Dorado County. So that was the motivation to look at all of this. And then with recent proposals for various developments, I think we all remember the Frontier warehouse situation and what was caused, and looking at traffic. So that was another thing that was emphasized, that we really need to come up with alternate routing to get you south of the town center area to the lower end of the business park. So with that, we continue to look at alternatives in terms of where that routing might be. And it's led to this point where we've actually engaged with some of the stakeholders to try to define what would be a suitable, acceptable routing that would minimize the impact on any given business or investment entity down there, to try to get that definition of where that either easement or IOD or something would have to go, and start the work now to do the environmental studies to look at what it would be. Because part of that environmental study has to look at what is the demand going to be on that roadway, because it's now providing parallel routing to Latrobe Road. So how does that split up? High schools going in the future, et cetera, et cetera. So this effort here is really to look at all of that and to put together some preliminary work on the environmental stuff and determine a more optimum location where we could route the road from the El Dorado County line to Latrobe Road. Bigger picture, I'm actually looking at another routing that would take it from Latrobe Road back to Highway 50 on the east side, that would go through Marble Valley Road, Marble Valley Development, because now you have a circulator, a beltway, that if you're coming out of Placerville and want to go down the business park, you wouldn't have to go through the White Rock Road, Latrobe Road type of intersection. You would be going around it through Marble Valley and up in. So there's been receptiveness conceptually to discuss those things, but that would be the completion of that loop, the beltway, if you will, at some point in time in the distant future. But right now we're just talking about the western section of this to get the connectivity to help resolve congestion on Latrobe Road and the impacts of future business growth and high school and a lot of other things in that area. So that's kind of the overview of why we think this is important to study it now and to do some preliminary work and authorize DOT to move out on it. So I'm certain, yeah.
Yeah, anyway, and the biggest thing is, that I know we need it, but the biggest thing is, where is the funding gonna come from? So that's a big issue, and that's something we need to look into, because, but we have other issues too. White Rock Road, I mean, why is it still, 2 lanes? Why isn't it 4 lanes? I mean, there's so many different things that, when you're talking about traffic congestion in that particular area, that we need to concentrate on. But my biggest concern, I mean, it's something to look at, but where is the funding gonna come from? And that's one of the biggest issues that I have.
I think DOT can respond.
Right, they can respond, yeah.
All right, well, thank you for that. Before we have further board questions, Raphael, would you like to come up and add anything to this item? Or does the board have questions specifically for Raphael?
Well, it would have been, I think.
Yeah, sit tight, Raphael.
Well,
Yeah.
it would have been helpful, I think, if the maps that, or at least what I saw are attached, were only on El Dorado County, and they didn't zoom out bigger and further. And so you're talking about, and I know there's the proposed Empire Ranch, but can't see it on here. I can't see what's on the other side of, so in my mind, this is really hard to conceptualize and just with what we got. And so I'm feeling challenged to say, yeah, let's go look at this when I don't even know what we're talking about, bigger picture. So I'm kind of struggling, to be honest.
Sure. So
do you have anything else you'd like to add to this?
Sure, of course.
Clarify.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Board of Supervisors. Rafael Martinez, Director of Transportation for El Dorado County. So that's the whole point of today's meeting, Supervisor Parlin, is to say, let's look at it, is to study it, is to analyze it, to say where the funding is going to come from. Now, most likely, I would say with some 95% certainty, the funding would come from TIF. It would be incorporated into our CIP and then be part of our TIP program. But now in terms of the connections, the dots, that's where the analysis is going to come from. Now, I do have the general plan transportation component, roadway component for Sacramento County. And I can tell you that, yes, it is essentially a bypass for us to allow pressure off of Latrobe onto Sacramento County, where a lot of our residents are trying to get to anyways. So for the last several years, I have been getting a lot of concerns, requests, and demands from my residents in Blackstone, Heritage, to find means to relieve the traffic off of Latrobe.
Can you
This-
pass that to the board, Raphael, while you're, can we
Yes,
just look at
most
that while
definitely,
you
by all
are
means.
chatting?
Good idea.
Very small, and I could definitely make copies for you.
Let's just take a look at it. So we have
My
context.
phone
for
has
what-
a magnifying glass on it. Isn't
Ah,
that
look at you.
sad?
So,
I know.
so yes, it is Placerville Drive, Payne Road, where that connection would be made to. So it is essentially connecting the dots. Now, aside from any development that is planned or possible or presumed or maybe, who knows, pie in the sky, that is coming in the future, that aside, this is an opportunity for El Dorado County to say, hey, let's study a potential alignment that connects the dots with Sacramento County's general plan and will relieve traffic. It's not creating capacity, it's redirecting the existing traffic off of Latrobe to where they want to go in the direction of Sacramento County. So that aside, but most definitely El Dorado County will be working very closely with EDCDC and SACOG to make sure that we are in conformance with the model, with SACOG's long-range planning, and that this is all going to be a part of a beneficial corridor network for the region, not just for El Dorado County, or not for any one developer, or not for any one particular purpose, but for the relief of pressure, traffic pressure on Latrobe.
I got a question.
Sure.
Raphael, proposed, it's been about, what, 16 years ago, I think, the Latrobe Road was supposed to be 6 lanes. Is that true, not true?
I don't believe it was for 6 lanes. I believe it was for 4. Now that, depending on what the proposed projects are coming in, those projects sometimes are needed sooner than later. Sometimes they're in the 20 year, sometimes they're in the 15 or 10 or the 5. And so then it sometimes gets bumped in and out. I can tell you that Latrobe, over the course of the last 2 years, has been high on our radar. And so we're looking at it with a much finer tooth comb. And so we are going to probably could be coming back to the board with some of our own proposals here, with either the annual update or the major update as to what we need to do with Latrobe, and possibly maybe even White Rock, in terms of making those improvements either sooner or later. But yes, Latrobe is high on our radar. Definitely.
And the biggest thing is White Rock. I mean,
Sure.
it's terrible. It really
I get
is, you know, and that's something that needs to be actually addressed, I think, before we do the road to the west, my personal opinion, but.
Sure,
anyway.
sure.
Well, there's
We're gonna
already a
get this back to you.
plan.
I know.
It's
but
just
it
the
just needs to
funding,
be- yeah,
right?
right.
Are we
It
waiting
is,
for
right.
funding, or, because there's
exactly.
already planned or
I know,
wide
it's
and
already
right
been planned,
White
but
Rock.
I mean, it's just.
No, I'm asking Raphael.
It's in our plan. It's now making sure that so if White Rock is getting to, let's say, level service D, level service E, but I've got other locations within zone C that are actually failing now. Those are the projects that need the funding. So it's holding back on the resources for when that project is most needed. And so it's frustrating, because for most residents are like, well, don't let it get to that to build it now. But the thing is, I have other needs. I have other locations that have either a much closer to failing level of service, and those are the ones that need the attention. And I've only got a limited source of resources. Now, this would allow for higher impact fees to be collected, so that we can build more infrastructure depending on when we need it. So it gives us some flexibility, but at the same token, I do recognize that we need to analyze it. We need to collaborate with EDCDC and SACOG, and it's not something that we can just say, let's put it in. It has to be analyzed.
Totally understand.
Any further questions at this point from my colleagues? All right. So thank you, Raphael. I
Sure.
think that's all for
Okay,
now.
got
I've spent a great deal of time on this board item yesterday and over this weekend, and I appreciate you bringing this to our attention, because I think it's a conversation we need to have. I certainly understand that we need to be proactive. I think it's in light of the CIP conversations that we continue to have, we understand that as projects are moving forward, it's important that we have them, in our general plan and our circulation plan and our CIP and TIF program, so we can collect the funds to make those infrastructure improvements. And there's a time, factor to that. So I appreciate that we're having this initial conversation. I understand that we need better connections on the west side of our county. We hear that from our residents. It's especially as we continue to grow on that side of our county, that is a need. For circulation and congestion relief are critically important to our residents and our economy. What I'm questioning is timing. We have a J6 application coming to us in April that has not been before the board. That is a major development. A J6 application is a preliminary development application that comes before our board. Yes. So that's coming in April. We received a letter from a neighboring developer supporting this item, but asking that we respect their development process and investment, and certainly would want us to have a thoughtful, collaborative approach, to coordinating with them. I also understand that as a county, we need to look at any connections comprehensively. But I will hope we will have a comprehensive, a collaborative approach to that. I also question whether we fully understand what our infrastructure needs are with the development that is coming down the pike that may or may not happen. So that's a larger question. I think most importantly that I would want my colleagues to be aware of it, Raphael alluded to, is that we are in the middle of the blueprint planning process, where federal and state law mandates, that it be done every 4 years and that with a 20-year planning horizon, and that we develop and maintain a federally compliant metropolitan transportation plan. So we're in the middle of that process right now with SAGHOG. And locally, the El Dorado County Transportation District develops our regional transportation plan in concert with the MTP. And once again, that is in the works. So it's critically important, as Raphael alluded to, that we work with the El Dorado County Transportation Commission and SAGHOG on this effort. Ideally, over the next couple of months, the SAGHOG board will be looking at different transportation and land use scenarios on what assumptions we are going to have for the blueprint process. And that's in the works right now. And as a SAGHOG board defines our land use scenarios, that will determine that will drive our regional planning process. And those will be robust, important discussions. So we're in the middle of that. So for us to kind of work on a road that may or may not be eligible for funding in the future. You asked about funding. This is a very delicate balance that we're in the middle of. So at this point, I'd love for Woody to come up. So I've had a lot of conversations with him over the last couple of days to kind of help explain this, because I think these are very careful considerations that we need to weigh, keep in mind. So
thank you, Chair Thomas, Board. There's a lot to unpack here.
There is.
So,
there is a lot. Yeah.
There are a lot of moving parts, as Chair Thomas mentioned. We have a regional transportation plan that the El Dorado County Transportation Commission is currently updating. That will be adopted or presented for adoption by the commission by December of next year. You have the SAGHOG MTP SES Metropolitan Transportation Plan, Sustainable Community Strategy. As the federally recognized MPO, SAGHOG has to develop that sustainable community strategy, which also includes a 19% reduction in greenhouse gases. So they have to hit that target with that 20-year plan. It is on a razor thin margin. It is very hard to meet those targets. We also have the comprehensive multimodal corridor plan that is a Caltrans led plan for the US 50 corridor from Sacramento through El Dorado County. And the commission also has the next generation transportation investment strategy. So those are 4 planning efforts that are looking at, a 20-year horizon of the county and the region. And there's a lot of moving parts to consider when looking at the circulation element in El Dorado Hills with regard to the road west or west road. I think that it would be, advantageous to have more conversations with SACOG, with the commission and DOT to identify what that road alignment might look like, and also understand what is actually included in SACOG's MTP SCS. There's a lot of development in the region. It doesn't all get included into the MTP SCS. Doesn't all make it in that plan. So to see what the land use scenarios actually are coming up in April and May from SACOG, it would be helpful for us to make sure that any proposed future alignment is consistent with the commission's RTP and SACOG's MTP. I will say, I say it till I'm blue in the face at the commission meetings, adding new capacity, and I will disagree with Director Martinez on that. Any new additional lanes in the region are going to be considered new capacity, whether we like it or not. And the state and federal funds that are available have shut off the spigot to those types of projects. And you actually have now the California System Investment Strategy, CSIS, and that is the policy framework that Caltrans is going to use to select projects to support moving forward, and new capacity is off the table. So with the exception of areas where you have an evacuation concern, or you need to add additional shoulders or lanes for safety and well-being of Californians. So I would ask that we kind of slow the process down a little bit, make sure that we're aligned with the RTP, the MTP, and ask that the board direct, if the board goes forward with this, direct DOT to work very closely with the commission and SACOG to make sure that we don't propose something that would jeopardize future funding for the entire region, and especially the West Slope of El Dorado County.
Thank you for unpacking all that for us, which
Well,
this is very, of course, this is a very complex process.
We have Measure Y in El Dorado County.
Yep.
Our residents don't want gridlock traffic. With the commitments we have and are moving forward, what this seems to be saying is you can't build new capacity, which means we're going to force gridlock. And that's against Measure Y. So we're losing our local control with these elements that are going on, in my humble opinion. Sure. And we need to make sure that things like Measure Y are recognized at these planning agencies. We have a commitment to our residents. I don't want to break that commitment, but it sounds like we're going to have to break that commitment if we can't increase capacity. Because unfortunately, Latrobe Road was undersized when it was put in. White Rock Road was undersized when it was put in. So we're faced with the reality, if we don't get proactive and look at what we have to do to make improvements to allow circulation, the capacity part of it to me is not the big picture. It's what do you do to prevent gridlock, which is our local emphasis in our general plan. So how do we make those things balance? I'm missing it here.
Well, I think, adding new capacity to local road networks is part of the long range planning process.
Right.
What I'm saying is that the traditional state and federal funding sources, so the State Transportation Improvement Program, Congestion Mitigation Air Quality, right, Service Transportation Block Grant Program, those fund sources are no longer aligning with the types of needs that we have. And that's why we continue to advocate strongly and at the federal level and at the state level to make sure that that transportation funding isn't a one size fits all approach, and that it supports those traditional rural needs.
Mm-hmm.
But that is an ongoing advocacy effort and policy shift that we needed to happen at the state and federal level.
I understand the funding changes
Right.
and stuff, but that doesn't prevent us from doing good planning and accommodating the needs of our communities. So,
and I absolutely applaud the vision to look, be forward thinking and look at an analysis of an alignment that is needed on the western portion of the county. I certainly in no way trying to push the county or recommend the county do not do that good planning work that is proposed. I just think there's a lot more to it than simply looking at one alignment kind of in a vacuum and not looking at the bigger picture of what's happening out there.
so when will SACOG complete their effort that we'll have something that's approved?
So the SACOG draft land use scenarios will be coming up in the next couple of months.
Yeah.
And that will show exactly what the region has planned, and they work with long range planning from El Dorado County to incorporate that information. So it's not just it's not information that SACOG pulls out of their own kind of land use scenario. They work with the county staff to do that.
So might it be prudent for us to revisit this when the SACOG has done their land use scenarios and we've agreed on a land use assumption for the blueprint process?
That's what I would recommend.
Which is a couple of months out. And what that will do is that will show us some of the proposed projects in El Dorado Hills are in that
Sure.
that are identified in that plan. Some aren't, and that's going to make a difference. And I think it'll just, these conversations have to be they're complex.
Yeah.
And because my understanding too is if additional capacity roads are proposed that are not in the MTP, that federal and state funding could be in jeopardy for the entire region. And we had a policy and innovation committee yesterday, and that looking backwards for the last, I think, in the last process, we would have lost over $500 million if the MTP had been jeopardized. So there's a lot at stake, and we just need to have very careful. I'm not saying we don't do this, but my question is timing, given some of the moving parts that we're in the process of.
So you said a couple months. Is that
We're-
realistic?
Yes.
I've seen these
we're-
things just stretch and
John-
stretch and
John,
stretch.
we are in a
So-
very tight timeline
Okay,
with the
so-
blueprint process. So
So
it'll
if
be
we
in the
brought
next
this
couple
back
months.
in May,
I don't know if we'd be quite ready, but I think when the land use scenarios are done, and we can get a better timing on that.
I would be happy, the commission staff would be happy to coordinate a meeting with, with SACOG staff, county DOT staff and the commission to find out when the appropriate time would be to bring something forward.
okay.
But I certainly think by early summer, we would have that available.
And maybe what the course of action, rather than not approving this item, I'm going to throw this out there. Maybe it would be to coordinate with the El Dorado County Transportation Commission and SACOG to prepare an analysis that would identify the preferred route alignment for a new roadway to connect Latrobe to the Sac County line. And then bring it back to the board with, those findings on a course forward, something like that. So we don't just not do anything today, but move this forward in a thoughtful, coordinated approach.
So
might be
how
the-
many days you think, Wendy? 60 days, 90 days?
Well, I wouldn't put a time plan, but like
Okay.
we're a couple of months out. So
right. Okay.
Supervisor Parlin, you had a question.
I did. So, and then I lost it.
Sorry about that.
So no, it's my fault. I brought up, where'd it go? Gosh darn it, I got all.
Let me just,
it
while
goes-
you're thinking about
Yeah.
that, let me just say, from the commission's perspective, if we could still, build, add asphalt and capacity to these parts of the county, that would certainly be something we would support. I don't want to sound as if the commission has taken a position, the El Dorado County Transportation Commission has taken a position against capacity increasing projects. It is clearly the state and the federal policies, not the direction of the commission in any way.
Got it.
I found it.
Good.
So back to kind of what Supervisor Heidel, I think, was alluding to is, the name of our general plan, a plan for managed growth and open roads, a plan for quality neighborhoods and traffic relief. Okay, so traffic and roads are in here, super important to our residents, absolutely. And then I heard what you were saying, Supervisor Thomas, about the regional plan is based on land use. So I think this is where we have our angst all the gosh darn time, is our land use designations versus the projects that are brought to us. And quite often, people bring projects to us that are more intensive than what's in our land use map. And then we're scrambling, figuring out, can we do this? How do we do this? How do we accommodate it? How do we pay for this? And I'm just trying to understand, as the county keeps developing and growing, this is getting more and more difficult. Back in the day when there was nothing here, it was probably really easy to say yes. But I think it's getting harder and harder for us to figure out how to accommodate these projects that are brought. And honestly, at what point do we kind of have to say no? We're not there yet. When do we say we don't have the means to accommodate your project yet? We're not opposed to it, but we just don't have the circulation and the funds to do so. This is, I think, the angst that we have been feeling for the last several years. And I think it's just going to get more and more intense, especially when what Folsom's doing there on the south. It's like, wow, how do we meld all this? So I get it. It's regional. But how do we figure this out, Woody? Bigger picture, long term, with all these things are pulling at us all the gosh darn time. The wants and the needs, what's truly in our general plan for land use, capacity. How do we do this?
I think, I don't have an answer for you on that. I think, we have to continue to do really good planning work on the transportation network. It's always going to be an evolving and changing environment. We know the direction that the state policy and the federal policies are going, and we do our darndest to advocate for our needs and, support, the county in any way we can to secure local funds to deliver projects. I think, there are two really good examples of where we as a county have failed in planning on the transportation. And when I'm talking planning, I'm only talking transportation. Land use is not my bailiwick. That is Karen's, and she's doing an amazing job with that. But land use and transportation are connected.
Yeah.
And there are two examples of poorly planned transportation networks or elements in this county that I think about every day. Cameron Park interchange.
Yeah.
And the fact that there's not an interchange at the Lower Carson Road for that subdivision on the south side of US 50. Those are two great examples to point to that show when planning doesn't happen, we end up having to come back and fix it, and it's far more costly in the end.
Right.
So I don't have an answer for you. I don't have a silver bullet, but making sure that we think this through very thoroughly in relationship to our regional transportation plan, and unfortunately, we have to also take into account the broader region. I mean, that's the SACOG MPO is the federally recognized MPO in the region, and they are responsible for that air quality conformity analysis and meeting that target. And while our projects barely move the needle in the broader region, we still have to make sure that we're not negatively impacting the potential state and federal funding that comes to the West Slope.
That ETCDC is very good at delivering projects with. And I do have to say that I'm very impressed with this current SACOG board. Everyone is very committed to being very thoughtful, of having clear, candid conversations, but in a thoughtful, coordinated way. And so I have a lot of hope that we can work through this process productively, but I just want to make sure that we're doing that on our side too. So.
And I apologize. This item actually caught me off guard. I didn't see it coming. Yeah. And had I seen it coming, I would have prepared, with a more thorough presentation on all the details and the dates of when things are happening. But I'm certainly committed to work with county DOT staff and SACOG and help facilitate that discussion to make sure that we have all the information moving forward.
Thank you so much. Been very helpful.
Can I make one addition? And that's economic development. This will have huge impacts on our future economic development plans for the Western Slope. If this ends up being you can't add roads because of capacity, we really need to revisit all that too, because we're starting to get into a shutdown mode, and services are going to be reduced, and people are not going to be real happy the way this is going. So that's the local aspect of it. The regional aspect is different. The state aspect is different. We have to try to work with all of those things. But at the end of the day, I'm going to stand and fight for the hill for the local stuff, because that's where I think we need to defend.
Yeah, and we certainly advocate for those needs. But again, I think we need to just make sure that with our regional partners, with our local partners, the county, we need to make sure we have all the information moving this forward.
All right, thank you, Woody. I know you arranged things to be here today. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right, let's go ahead and take public comment on this item, and we'll bring it back forward, see what we want to do with this.
Now taking public comment on item number 17, individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when your time is up. Public comment will come first. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
As our Director of Building and Planning, you are not public comment, and I apologize for not bringing you.
You could probably keep it to 3 minutes regardless.
Fast, no.
Yes. Karen Garner,
Thank you.
Director of Planning and Building. And as we were talking about land use, so that's kind of my perspective is, we obviously, good news, bad news, right? We have all this interest in Latrobe, South El Dorado Hills area right now. And so as I see applications coming in or inquiries coming in, that's where my mind, I'm like, okay, we've talked about this road to the west. How is this going to affect these properties? One thing I've learned about developers over the years, they do not like surprises.
Yeah.
And so we try in the planning side of things, when they come in, to give them complete pictures of what are the expectations, what infrastructure are you going to have to provide. And so when we've had I won't say suddenly, but kind of all these projects, Lime Rock, Marble Valley, Creekside, the Community for Health and Independence, we don't know yet what's going to be approved, but now is the time to do the planning. And for us, the more information we have, the better. I want to know what all the options are, what's going to work best. It is a complicated jigsaw puzzle that we have to put together. And so for us, the more pieces of information we have, the better to try and figure it out. It is not easy. And I know for a fact right now, Raphael and I every day are getting emails and phone calls from residents asking about traffic and what are you going to do and how is this project going to impact traffic? And we don't have all the answers right now, but this is one more piece of information that I think will help us figure it out. And timing is critical, because once a project is approved, you can't go back and add conditions onto that project. You can't go back and say, hey, we need this right away. That just doesn't work. So, I understand absolutely. We had a great conversation with SACOG, with Woody and his staff, kind of an initial conversation. We need to have more of those conversations, and we are committed to do that. I understand the timing of the SACOG blueprint. But again, I think, this is just one more piece of information that we can put together and hopefully plan ahead and provide the expectations that people have with traffic and with land use in that area.
That's really helpful. Thank you, Karen. Appreciate it. All right. But now for public comment. Good afternoon, George.
Hello, Chair Thomas, members of the board. I'm George Carpenter with Wynn Communities, and we have the property at the south end of the business park, which is the former site of Project Frontier and is now our Creekside Village specific plan project. And I'm here to support the approach of looking at a road to the west. I think it would not only provide additional capacity for anything that happens in the future, but I think there's benefits to existing residents in the area from both a circulation and a safety standpoint. So I would encourage you to continue to evaluate this. I would ask that it not be analyzed through our project, through the Creekside Village project. In discussions with staff, I understand there's potential to look at an alignment that would run it directly through the center of our Creekside Village project. And that would be devastating for a couple of reasons. First, we are showing a 2-lane road through our community. It's a residential community intended to be walkable with amenities and have a range of housing types that would not be conducive to having a 4 to 6 lane road through the middle of it. And so I'd ask that that you specifically direct staff not to do that. Also, we are quite a ways down the road on our process of entitlements. We've spent close to $1.5 million, and we're hoping, if we stay on schedule, that our draft EIR will be out for public review at the end of June. Most of our technical studies have been done, and so it would just really significantly interfere with our entitlement effort. And then maybe most importantly, since Project Frontier went away in May of 2023, I've been meeting with any of the neighbors who will meet with me, Blackstone, Creekside, various community organizations. And in fact, we're planning to go back to APAC April 10th to talk about our traffic study. And so this analysis through our project would really put some question marks on what we've been up to. And I've told the community that I'm going to go out and do everything I can to process our entitlements as quickly as possible, so they have certainty as to what the land use is going to be on our property and that Project Frontier won't come back. And if this happens, it's really going to call into question. We're going to have to seriously consider, what do we do now? Because we don't want to have any throwaway dollars. So I would ask that you just, if you're going to go, if the action is today to go ahead and direct staff to move forward, just to tell them not to analyze an alignment through our property. And finally, what I would like to do a little promotion for our project. There's been some discussion about how you would pay for the road to the west and how you'd pay for other improvements on Latrobe and White Rock. And if our Creekside Village project is approved, we did some estimates, it would pay over $30 million in TIF fees. And those are dollars that could go to making improvements south of 50 along the Latrobe White Rock corridor. And so that is an opportunity to provide non-state, non-federal funding. So anyway, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Carpenter. Appreciate you being with us.
Thanks.
Thank you. Any other comments on this item? All right, let's go online, Kim.
Now taking public comment from online participants. Now taking public comment from Chris Payne.
Good morning.
Good morning. Just a couple of thoughts. First of all, I believe that you would be required to do this analysis and this work related to the item before you today because of Measure Y. I don't believe you can, and it's already been said by some of the supervisors, you can say that that we're not going to do this and essentially in violation of Measure Y and accept regional government in the case of SACOG, Transportation Commission, and others who are proponents of the VMT approach, VMT being vehicle miles traveled. This has always been an argument, not just today, but about what's the importance of level of service, which was the old standard, to the new standard of vehicle miles traveled. As a long-standing transportation planner for this county, I can't believe now what I'm hearing, a potential motion that we would defer something that is so important in terms of the projection into the future. The Department of Transportation has a long-range planning group who can support this project. The other points that I wanted to make is this is no different than what we've done with Bass Lake Road realignment, Ray Lawyer Extension, Silver Springs Parkway, Diamond Springs Parkway. They were all a route adoption process, which correlates with the preparation of analysis of identifying a preferred alignment and the programmatic level environmental analysis, which is not project level. I think we got to decide, are we going to be the local government that is going to be following the interests of its public, or are we going to become an extension of regional government in the Sacramento metro area, which I don't believe we should be. Those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now taking public comment from Linda Campbell.
Good morning.
Hi, everybody. So I'll go through a couple of things I had from the original proposal and then obviously expand on it from some of the other comments. So I guess, first of all, if in fact the study was done now, how much would the study itself actually cost us? Because it's still going to cost us something to do it, and that's something to factor in. To Lori's point that she brought up, it doesn't actually show the connection on the Sac County side. I realize Raphael has those plans, but I think that we should see what the full picture of anything looks like so we have an understanding where it crosses the county line. I would also say on that, be sure the analysis is done on current zoning and not any presumption of future zoning changes. That leads into my thoughts on the other comments and information coming in from SACOG, which is very concerning. I agree with Chris's point, and I appreciate John's note that we should prioritize what our local community is expecting because that's what we voted on. We're not Sacramento County, we're El Dorado County. One concern with some of the plans is if they are focusing on transportation, there's other infrastructure that has to be factored into any of the plannings as well, and like water and fire. So I definitely encourage a lot of caution in changing what is in our West and South County, primarily agricultural areas, making the assumption that that zoning would change. And I think that would change the dynamic of our county. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
There's no additional public comment.
All right, well, thank you all. And seeing that we were pushing up against our 11 o'clock item, I'd like to.
Can I ask Raphael a question?
Absolutely, sure.
As a follow-up. My thoughts are the number one item you presented here, prepare an analysis. That makes sense to
Mhm.
continue to look at things at a very high level, but not get into specific environmental considerations, et cetera, et cetera. But from what I've heard today, holding on 2 and 3 until we get to the point where we have that regional
Mhm.
metropolitan transportation plan would make sense at this point. But do you see that as a compromise from what you're trying to accomplish in terms of the time frame? If we held items 2 and 3 to discussion to a later point, i.e. June type of time frame, would that impair what you're trying to accomplish?
This has been something that has been talked about for several years, so waiting
Right.
2 more months.
Right,
is not
okay,
gonna-
all right, yeah.
Really, it's the direction of the board. If the sooner the board wants to do it, then we could work parallel, or we could wait. It's really the direction of the board, however the board sees whether they believe there's an urgency or not. So I'm here at the direction of the board. If you guys feel something we need to do now, then we'll do it now. If it's something we can wait, then we'll wait. I'm okay. Like I
Okay.
said, I've been waiting 4 years.
And you'd obviously would be willing to engage with the Transportation Commission to a
Oh.
greater extent and really understand the bigger
Every day,
aspects of what we're
every
trying
day,
to.
all day
Yeah,
long,
that's what I
always,
thought. So
always.
that shouldn't be in question. So I just want to make sure that
Yes,
we're on the same page at this point.
Yeah.
But thank you.
most definitely.
And I wanted to piggyback on some of the public call-ins that our goal is also to preserve funding at a local level. And we want to make sure we preserve federal and state dollars that we can program at a local level so we can have the road network that our residents demand and want. So that is the goal with this board item today, is just seeing how we get there most productively. So what's that?
Well, you had some language.
Yeah, I'd like to
of-
take a stab at a motion if
Sure,
that's
sure.
okay.
Yeah,
And
that's
then
fine.
we can
Yeah,
talk about
yeah.
it.
But when you're doing that, in addition to it, it says the preferred route alignment, and I'm just wondering if it should have all options or, not just one route. There might be several,
Preferred
you know what I
routes.
mean? How do
Yeah,
you?
that would be part. Yes, the language should say options or alternatives for
There it
a possible
Right.
route
Okay,
for a connection from El Dorado County to Sacramento County.
Okay, perfect.
Not the preferred route. We are not going to come here with our saying, here, pick here.
Great.
Just
Right.
No
Okay, good
decisions.
call.
But alternatives that could be selected at a
Exactly,
later point in
yes.
time. But yeah,
Okay.
okay.
got it.
All right, so
Thank you.
let's go with this. So I move that we coordinate with the El Dorado County Transportation Commission and the SACOG, actually, wait a minute, pardon me. Okay, let me back up. I move that we direct staff to coordinate with the El Dorado County Transportation Commission and the Sacramento Area Council of Governments, SACOG, to prepare an analysis that would identify options on a preferred route alignment for a new roadway to connect Latrobe Road to the Sacramento County line south of the El Dorado Hills Business Park that would be consistent with a Creekside Village specific plan, and come back to the board within 4 months with a recommendation on how to ensure a functional road network.
I think
I'll second that.
gets
Be-
everything.
Before,
Good.
before you second it, I think Raphael was saying instead of the preferred route, that we have options or
She
alternatives for
said
a
that, though.
possible route.
That's what I said.
Oh, is that what you said?
Options
Okay, I
on
thought
a-
you said.
Options
agree
for
with
a
that.
preferred route. Yeah, that was right.
Perfect.
Yes.
And
right.
then we'll bring it, we'll put some urgency on it in 4 months. I think we'll be far enough down the line with the blueprint process.
And would you clarify the aspect of Creekside Village with your statement, just so it's very clear?
That would be consistent with the Creekside Village specific plan.
Right, would mean not consider a 4-lane routing
Right.
through
Right,
there, which
right.
has been
Exactly.
talked about. Okay,
Yes.
got it. I just want to make sure that was clear. But thank you.
Absolutely.
Thank
You
you.
bet.
Well stated.
Okay.
All right.
Is there a second?
I seconded.
Oh, good.
Heidel did.
Well, Supervisor Turnbull and Heidel second.
Yeah,
All right, we got a
both did.
third. So we got 4. No.
All right, any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. So thank you all for helping us work through this productively. Yeah, I like where we landed. All right, should we take just 5 minutes, quick break before we come back and dig into our
Right.
11 a.m. item, which we are looking forward to. So we will be right back. Thank you all for your grace on our break. And this time we will move into our tobacco use prevention program urgency ordinance item. So it's hearing. Can you please open this hearing, Kim?
Item number 19 is a hearing from Health and Human Services Agency, Public Health Division, Tobacco Use Prevention Program, and the Planning and Building Department, recommending the board, 1, adopt and authorize the chair to sign urgency ordinance pursuant to the California Government Code, extending an interim 45-day moratorium for 10 months and 15 days on new tobacco retail applications. 2, find that the extension interim moratorium is not a project under the California Environmental Quality Act. 3, receive the requested presentation on tobacco retail zoning and licensing provisions. And 4, direct staff to return with a tobacco retail license draft ordinance that reflects board direction.
With that, I open this public hearing, and it is nice to see our public health staff and Health and Human Services in the room. Welcome. So at this point, who would like to present this item? Come on up. Good morning.
Good morning. I'm Constance Moat, and I am the Tobacco Use Prevention Program Director. Am I close enough to this?
Yeah, you're okay.
I'm here with Kristen Becker, Public Health Program Manager, and we're happy to be back to provide clarification regarding the effective licensing and zoning policy strategies known to reduce the risk of tobacco exposure. Where's our presentation? Yeah, let's get our presentation up.
Perfect.
We're going to present the policy strategies that are known to reduce the risk of tobacco exposure and use initiation amongst our youth population. The best public health policies help many people at once, and tobacco-related policies aim to prevent future health problems in the community. And before I jump in to talking about the differences between local zoning and licensing policies, I want to provide a brief overview of some of the existing tobacco-related laws. There are several notable state laws in place that are intended to protect all of the people statewide and especially youth. In 1994, the Stop Tobacco Access to Kids Enforcement Act, also known as the STAKE Act, was passed, which includes requirements regulating the age of sale, signage, and self-service displays. And it also explicitly grants authority for jurisdictions to enact local policies that are stronger than state law. And in 2016, and in California, and in 2019 nationally, the law has prohibited the sale of tobacco products to anyone under the age of 21. Those are called the Tobacco 21 laws. And in 2022, California voters approved Senate Bill 793, prohibiting the sale of most flavored tobacco products. And not only did this law pass in California, but 56.9% of El Dorado County voters approved the flavor ban. This ban went into effect December 21st of 2022.
What was that percentage again?
56.9%. So also in California, selling tobacco products, it requires a license from the California Department of Tax and Fee Administration. These are important laws, and there's a reason that local municipalities are enacting local policies. Local retail ordinances help ensure compliance with existing state laws and can place additional requirements on retailers that further protect youth and residents with decreased tobacco use and improved health outcomes in their communities. Currently, there is no requirement for tobacco retailers to have a tobacco retail license, nor is there any requirement for any separation from youth-sensitive sites or other tobacco retailers in El Dorado County. Some background. So after receiving a presentation on December 5th, the board directed staff to return with an urgency ordinance that would prohibit the approval of new tobacco retail applications pending the study of a more permanent zoning or licensing ordinance. And then on January 30th, the board adopted urgency ordinance 5192. That had a term of 45 days with the option to extend for additional time. Our presentation today is based on the board's request to provide further clarity on specific zoning strategies, local zoning and tobacco retail licensing. So a zoning ordinance is one possible measure that would protect youth from exposure and access to tobacco products. And when specifying zoning, we are referring to the regulation of land. Land or zones could be identified that met certain separation requirements where a tobacco retail business would be allowed to operate. And land that was identified to be too close to youth-sensitive sites or other tobacco retailers would be zoned as ineligible for new tobacco retailers. Unless a business was already operating on that land, no permission would be granted to a new tobacco retailer. Then to limit density, provisions in a zoning code can include capping based on population. For instance, one retailer allowed per 2,500 residents in a city or a county. A capping limit may be applied to all tobacco retailers or specifically to what you define as a significant tobacco retailer. Zoning regulations can limit the proximity to residential areas, other tobacco retailers, youth-sensitive areas, or cannabis retailers. And why would a county choose to implement zoning restrictions? Zoning policies can limit that limit density and proximity, reduce both exposure and availability of tobacco products. And evidence shows that retailer location, density, and compliance with youth access laws significantly impact overall tobacco use and youth initiation. These separation and capping goals can be achieved through zoning regulations as well as with a tobacco retail license. And it's important to note, with a zoning policy alone, once a retailer received they would just get a standard business license to operate for the approved location. There would be no requirement to further monitor for local monitoring of the business related to their compliance with tobacco-related laws. On the other hand, a tobacco retail license offers a way to regulate the business and the land. And over 230 California municipalities have implemented a tobacco retail license. Licensing gives people who operate a business the permission to engage in the licensed activity. And the license sets rules of conduct for that activity and establishes a process to support compliance with the licensing rules. How can licensing affect public health? Well, limits on who can sell tobacco products, where those products can be sold, what products can be sold, and in what quantities and at what prices, they all impact the availability of commercial tobacco, and most importantly, the appeal of commercial tobacco to those who use and do not use tobacco products. Surveys indicate that most adults and youth who use tobacco want to quit, and nearly all wish they didn't start. So licenses that regulate those conditions make it easier for persons who use tobacco products to use them less and even quit, while making it harder for persons who might use them, like youth, to ever start, and thereby reduce or prevent risks for tobacco-related health impacts, which thereby will reduce tobacco-related health disparities down the line. Staff have reviewed many existing tobacco retail licenses currently regulating the other jurisdictions in California, as well as the recommended best practices provided by the Public Health Law Center. And based on our previous meeting, we would like to look at policy provisions that we believe are applicable to achieving the priorities of the board. First, our product-related provisions. Because tobacco prices have a significant effect on initiation and consumption, strategies that maintain or raise the price of tobacco products are found in many licenses. And some effective product-related provisions, that was fast, product-related provisions include no free samples, discounts, or coupons. Small packs or individual products are particularly appealing to youth due to their low prices. A minimum price and pack size for all tobacco products can discourage youth initiation. At our last meeting, we heard the board's concern about the environmental impact caused by e-cigarette waste and concern about the dangers of the current high usage of vapes by our youth. Some licenses ban e-cigarettes in various ways. Some bans are for just against all e-cigarettes, while other bans, they ban the single-use electronic cigarettes, and others ban electronic cigarettes that have not been approved by the FDA. So there are a couple of choices on different kinds of bans. Another license provision found in some of the California tobacco retail licenses is a prohibition of tobacco sales in pharmacies. Pharmacies market themselves as places to get healthy, but they are a major source of exposure to tobacco products and tobacco marketing. This sends a mixed message to the community. In a letter to pharmacies, more than 24 state attorneys general stated, there is a contradiction in having these dangerous and devastating products on the shelves of a retail chain that services health care needs. And many pharmacies have stopped selling tobacco, including CVS, Target, Walmart, Costco, and recently Jim Peters, Rite Aid's COO, stated that tobacco will not be part of the Rite Aid store of the future.
It's not a part of Robinson's Pharmacy either.
Right.
Just want to clarify
Right.
that.
Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah.
Never has
Yeah.
been.
Yeah, we only have 3 pharmacies in this county that do sell Safeway, Rite Aid, and Walgreens. I'm happy to let you know that in our county, most pharmacies do not sell tobacco. However, municipalities that include this provision in a TRL would align with the Attorney General advice. In addition to those product-related provisions, a tobacco retail license often also includes zoning requirements that regulate the location of a tobacco retailer. That's all. I hope this presentation provided clarity on the differences between the zoning regulations and the tobacco retail license regulations. I'm going to hand the presentation over to Kristen Becker, who will be providing formal next steps with specific tobacco-related provisions for you to consider.
Thank you, Constance. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Good morning, Kristen.
Good
Welcome back.
morning. Thank you. Thank you, Concy. Yes, as Concy stated, my name is Kristen Becker. I'm a program manager in the Health and Human Services Agency Public Health Division. In preparation for this presentation and proposed next steps, we want to let you know that staff have met with several county department staff, including the Director of Environmental Management, the Sheriff and Undersheriff, the Treasurer Tax Collector's Office, County Council, Building Planning, and Code Enforcement. And this has truly been a collective discussion. Based on feedback received during our prior presentation from the board, as well as internal meetings with key stakeholders and departments, the county departments and the Health and Human Services Agency are proposing the following next steps. We are here seeking your direction and asking for approval to 1, extend the urgency ordinance, and 2, to direct staff to return with a tobacco retail license ordinance draft with the following provisions. The draft ordinance would include both zoning and density provisions as well as retail sales provisions. For zoning and density provisions, we are presenting the following. It's important to note these provisions would only apply to new significant tobacco retailers. And significant tobacco retailers would need to be defined. We offer up a definition here, which would be where 20% or more of the floor display area is devoted to tobacco products. In addition to additional zoning and density provisions that would apply to new significant tobacco retailers include a 1,500 feet distance from sensitive use and same use. And sensitive use would be defined as or include libraries, public parks, churches, community centers, public schools, and indoor or outdoor recreational facilities that are primarily designed to serve persons under the age of 18. In addition, the significant tobacco retailers would be capped at 1 retailer per 2,500 county unincorporated residents. In addition to zoning and density provisions in the draft tobacco retail license, There would be retail sales provisions, and those would apply to all tobacco retailers. Those provisions include no free samples, discounts, or coupons. The ordinance would specify a minimum price and pack size. And it would prohibit the sale of single-use disposable e-cigarettes and products not approved by the FDA. To ensure the county can operationalize the local tobacco retail license in a way that is cost neutral, we aim for the license fees to cover the cost of the program. The fees would cover the administration, inspection, and enforcement of the license. Health and Human Services Agency Tobacco Use Prevention Program would use existing grant funds to support outreach and education to the retailers and the community. The local tobacco retail license aims to ensure compliance with tobacco laws and to encourage responsible retailing of tobacco products and electronic smoking devices. The license would support environmental efforts by prohibiting the sale of single-use disposable e-cigarettes, reduce youth initiation by establishing a minimum price and pack size to protect our youth, as well as no free samples, discounts, or coupons. The ordinance would prohibit the sale of products not approved by the FDA, further protecting our youth and residents. And finally, the license would reduce exposure and access by capping the number of significant tobacco retailers and restricting the location of significant tobacco retailers from sensitive use and same use. We would like to return to the board in a few months with a draft tobacco retail license ordinance. Thank you for your time, and we're here to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you so much. All right, Supervisor Parlin, you're first again on the button.
I'm fast on that button when it, right? Thank you so much for bringing this back. This is huge. I think I still am a little bit confused. I get it now better. Thank you for the presentation with the zoning versus the licensing. So I understand that way better now. But I'm looking at it. So the one tobacco retailer per 2,500 county unincorporated residents, so we're excluding the cities, right? How many is that? And how many do we have now? Is this going to do anything?
So there's, in the unincorporated area, there is approximately 96 tobacco retailers in the unincorporated area.
Okay.
If we divided that number by the number of unincorporated residents, the cap would be at 64. So if it applied to all tobacco retailers, you would have reached your cap and there would be no additional tobacco retailers. So if a grocery store wanted to get a retail license, they could not sell tobacco. They could be a grocery store, but they can't sell tobacco. What we're presenting today would only apply to significant tobacco retailers. So to answer your question, is the cap reached? There's 96 total retailers. The cap would be at 64, give or take one. It's dependent on how you define significant tobacco retailers. So would you want to include just smoke shops and tobacco shops, or would you want to include gas stations and liquor stores as an example? And the board can give us direction on how to define what a significant tobacco retailer is.
Oh, so you're saying there's 96 currently total?
Total.
Because we don't have a definition of significant yet.
Right.
Got it. So, and then we have to define significant.
We
if we're
offered
gonna
up
do
a
this.
definition, and in the draft, we could come back, we could do additional due diligence and come back with additional information on.
That's the 20% of the.
Right.
floor
Yes.
area.
Mhm. And do you have any idea how many of those 96, the 20% would capture? Because I have no idea. I mean, a grocery store.
So it wouldn't
that
apply to a
wouldn't-
grocery store.
Right.
So
What about like a typical convenience store or
Yeah.
liquor store kind of,
Right.
is that?
Well,
How would
and
that
that's,
apply?
Seven-Eleven type
and
of
that,
thing.
and that's up to the board's discretion. I think if you like the definition of a 20%, I don't know that a gas station would apply to the
Yeah.
significant. But if you wanted that to apply, we could look at a more strict definition.
There are a
Okay.
couple of different metrics that are sometimes considered. They look at 67% of gross sales, or over 50% of the overall of all transactions include a tobacco product. So different licenses have defined significant tobacco retailer in different ways.
Oh, boy. Okay.
So how did you arrive at your recommendation of 2,500 versus 3,000 versus 1,500 versus, how did you
So
come
the
to that?
20% is model language.
Okay,
But each municipality, they could vary how they define it. And some do caps on all tobacco retailers. And some just do caps on significant tobacco retailers. And then they would
Okay.
define what is significant tobacco.
Did you have any further questions, Supervisor Parlin?
Okay, well, I think you just answered it right there. Is we don't have to say just significant. We could
No.
just say a cap on all.
If you capped all tobacco retailers, you would have reached your cap. So then any new tobacco retailer would not be able to sell tobacco in the unincorporated area until that cap was not reached. And then, for instance, if a grocery store like a Safeway that currently sells tobacco, they could just choose not to sell tobacco.
Correct. And then what are I remember we talked about this last time. Well, it was more specific to the e-cigarettes though. And that, the waste and hazardous and the batteries and all that. So, and we talked about if we were to go that route, it kind of, our neighbors next to us, what do they do? Because then people could just go across county lines and all of that. So, what do our neighbors do right now for just the tobacco stores, the tobacco retail? What do we have going near us?
In terms of the cities, we're actually meeting with the city council, Placerville, today at 5 p.m. They're interested in the urgency ordinance. So a draft is being presented to them and they're really looking at the county to see what the county is doing. And that's what we've been hearing from the city, both cities. They want to follow in the same direction.
I sent our ordinance to the Placerville City Council and the city manager so they could
Good.
follow
Okay.
our course.
So
of
I'm thinking
action.
more like Placer County, Sac County, those are our bit where people go.
I'd have to get back to you, but we're seeing more and more of the prohibiting electronic smoking devices. But that's kind of a newer trend that we're seeing more and more in municipalities because similar to your concerns, those are shared concerns.
That's picking up steam. Okay.
Supervisor Heidel.
yeah, and so dealing with the word significant, I'm a little concerned with using that because one retailer today may not be significant, and then tomorrow they expand their shelf space, whatever, now they're significant. And how do you monitor all that? How do you enforce it? It becomes kind of a problematic situation if you just don't say tobacco retailers, because we know what that number is.
Yeah.
So I'm leaning that direction at whatever level we select here, because I think it's easier just to apply it to everybody. I noted you didn't include no tobacco retailing in new pharmacies per se, and yet it was on the previous page, but it seems like if you limit it to a number of unincorporated residents, then you've already taken care of that. It's already wrapped into it because any new pharmacy that's proposed would be excluded because they can't get a tobacco retail license, right? Because it's already at the cap, if I understand all that right. So that would be redundant to add it here. I was just trying to understand why it was left off, because to me,
Nope.
that's important.
It wouldn't be redundant. If you would like to see in the draft ordinance that no pharmacies are to sell tobacco, we would be happy to add that.
Can we impose that on existing? I can see no new pharmacies, but can you impose it on existing where they'd have to clear the shelves? Is that a reasonable approach?
I mean, we're open to board direction. I
Okay.
feel like what I've seen most common is across the board for pharmacies. It would be effective date that no pharmacies.
Okay.
And, I that wouldn't put a pharmacy out of business. It would just require them to stop selling
So
tobacco.
I'm leaning
by
that
a date.
direction too, because
Wonderful.
I agree with the philosophy that
Yep.
pharmacies are there to help you provide medications and stuff for a healthy living.
Mhm.
And to have tobacco sales in the same facility is just contradictory to me. So
Wonderful. So
I
if I'm
would
hearing you
support
right,
that.
we'll add that
Right.
to the ordinance as well as, and potentially instead of defining significant, we would cap all tobacco retailers if that was the direction of the board.
then the other question I had is the minimum price and pack size. What would be the intent there? We're saying the costs are going to be covered by the license fees, but I'm a little concerned that we drive people who are going to buy tobacco products to have to drive longer distances to get them in an adjacent county or region or something or other. From the standpoint, if that price is too high, we know we have Indian facilities, tribe facilities on our property. A lot of times they'll have a smoke shop. I don't want to drive everybody to one location. So what kind of a pricing increase would you anticipate? I can see a moderate increase, but something that would double it or for something like of that nature would just be, I think, unreasonable. So where's the reasonableness in increasing, to establish a minimum price and pack size, I guess is where I'm looking at.
We would probably look to like what the most common minimum price is, and I believe that's around $10 in the licenses that I've looked at for a minimum pack price.
All right. And then pack size, I mean, they come in all different, what's the pack
That's
size
to-
aspect of it?
That's again to make sure that we maintain a high enough price to not appeal to youth.
Okay.
So right now, that the federal law has already discouraged or banned the like Lucy's, but there are still like similar single use, the little cigarillos that federal law doesn't apply to those. So the license could sort of close that loophole by saying there's a minimum pack size. You can't sell a single cigarillo.
Oh, I heard of that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I
I've
feel like
completed my
the law
questions, yeah.
tried to address that, but they like missed certain products that,
wow,
it just
I'm in full support of this, but I think, just
Yeah.
some cleanup, and you're
Wonderful.
going to come back to us at the way it's set up. So excellent. Thank you.
Sounds good. Thank you. Supervisor Lane.
Yeah, I like where Supervisor Heidel is going with that, and I think I support that as well. I'm concerned about the fact that we have 96 businesses that are currently selling, and if we had that ratio of 1 to 2,500, it would only allow for 64. My concern is, are we grandfathering in other than
Yes.
possibly pharmacies where we give them a certain amount of time to
Yes,
comply?
so this would only apply to new tobacco retailers. But yeah, so if we're at 96, and if it applied to all tobacco retailers, and I really like Supervisor Heidel's comments about the logistics of trying to determine what is and is not as significant, you could potentially increase the cap size too. So we were proposing one of 2,500. If you wanted to say one of 3,000 or 4,000, that's, we'll
Right.
take direction
No, I
as well.
understand, but I'm more concerned about, and my concern comes also with trying to deal with vacation home rentals. We set a cap, then we grandfathered everybody in, and then anyway, I don't want to get into that. My point is, when you grandfather in all these businesses, it could take decades through attrition to get it down to, if we do like 1 in 2,500 residents, but right now we're at 1 in 4,000. And if it takes decades to reduce that, it's not really quick enough. So I'm kind of wondering, like, if we can say pharmacies as part of the ordinance have to comply within a certain amount of time, 6 months or a year, or whatever you figure out, could that be applicable to other kinds of businesses as well? Because I think if we just wait for attrition, we're not helping ourselves.
And unfortunately, there are pockets of our communities that have a predominance of smoke shops in them. They, just like you have one fast food, it tends to have a lot of fast foods around it. The same thing with smoke shops. And
Right.
Especially thinking of the city of Placerville, there's a lot of areas that are really impacted. So, I mean, do we have the ability to regulate existing businesses, or is that illegal? I don't know if our legal counsel has anything to weigh in on that.
No.
Not today. I think that we would take whatever direction the board provides, and we would
We'll come
certainly work
back.
closely
Yeah.
with public health staff to determine what is legally feasible, what is.
Right, because that's a interesting.
I've seen municipalities give a certain amount of time for the non-conforming use or phase out. Capping's interesting because I guess I haven't necessarily seen that, because how would you determine, but like
Right.
on zoning and stuff, there are like amortization schedules. So that is something that we could come back with and look. But also, if you were to just do new retailers, if there was a retail license and one that's in a non-conforming use, and they were found to be selling illegally to minors, they could lose their license. And then that's another way to, reduce the number.
Right, but then that's heavily dependent on enforcement.
Right.
And, we have to, if we're gonna go that route, we have to give the enforcement, division the support to be able to do it?
We've met with environmental management and discussed the administration and inspection of the license. And we've met with the sheriff, under sheriff, as well as code enforcement, and specifically code enforcement for the enforcement arm. We would create a program that had appropriate staffing, and the license fees would pay for that augmented staffing. So it would be a win-win across the departments, with cost neutral to the county. The fees the retailer pays would pay for the program.
Can I piggyback on that?
Sure.
If we were to accept the 96 and without a grandfathering thing, we just say that's the cap, right? We're going to go with the existing number. And the only way you can add a new one is if one of them goes away. Would that be 3,750? I just took 1.5 as a multiplier, but do you know what that number would be? Just so we know the range of consideration.
So if you just wanted to say no more retailers and cap it at, so what was your question?
What would the number be instead of 2,500? I was trying to figure out.
I think if there's approximately 161,000 residents in El Dorado.
So we can
County,
calculate
you
it out.
divide it by 96.
But if we picked that
And that's
number,
your
it would
one
say there's really no grandfathering. The ones in existence are allowed to continue at that number, but if one of them goes away, another one could replace it. So you're really capping the total, but you're not putting in a big grandfathering provision that would take many, many years for a new facility to be able to get a license. And the probability of that would be very limited, right? Because very few, I'm guessing very few of those establishments would just go out of business arbitrarily. And it seems like it's a 50% surplus, 64 to 96, right? So
Although if you did include pharmacies,
yes.
I think that would, about 10 licenses would go away. So Safeway
Okay.
has, I think there's about 6 locations, but 4 of those locations have 2 separate licenses, one for in-store and one for their fueling station. So you might lose like 4 of the 6 Safeway.
Okay, I guess the message, I would be interested in establishing whatever that number is based upon saying no new licensing above this unless an existing license goes away. I mean, we can include the pharmacies, if that cuts it back to 80 or whatever,
Yeah.
then would be whatever that number is for 80. But-
Yeah.
But something along those lines would be, I think, of interest to me to at least consider when you come back.
Okay, thank you. And we can draft that language and it would still be up for you to approve or disapprove.
Sure.
It's not
Ongoing
when
conversations.
we come
yes.
back, it's not,
Not a done
it's
deal
not
yet.
signed here.
Right.
Got it. Okay.
Supervisor Turnbooth.
Yeah, I just got a question. I was looking at this stuff and you can buy all this stuff online. And how are we gonna do that to prevent that? Do you have any ideas on that? Because it seems like if we do that, it's gonna increase the online sales.
So there is language that has been included in a few licenses that I've looked at, that they're starting to ban these, certain ways to ban delivery because some of the delivery is being done through these lockers. So you can put a ban on that practice so that people can't order online and then have it delivered to a, storage locker where they can just pick it up.
I'm really glad you brought that up, Supervisor Turnbull. That is something that we can come back in the draft to include some online provisions.
Okay.
We'd
I
be
didn't
happy
even
to
think
do
about that.
Yeah,
So thank you.
because it's kind of scary. John was hitting
Yeah,
the point.
yeah.
He says, what prevents it from somebody going down the road or
Yeah.
going across the border, but you
Yeah.
can buy it right here online.
No,
So-
it's an absolute concern, and I think there are some provisions we can include.
Well, I
Okay.
to
think,
curtail that.
isn't the gist though of why we're doing this? It's aimed at youth, truly, so that we don't have new
Access to
people.
youth, yeah.
And it's about the ease and accessibility.
That's what
and
it is,
limiting
ease of
that.
access. Yeah.
So I'm not really sure, they shouldn't be going online and ordering stuff. I don't know, but
Well,
I'm just
online
saying
it states
it's,
here, all it says is what's your age? If you're over 21 or older, and they, anybody can just say you're 21 and older, and order it online. So
I don't know, my kids never went online with bought stuff that I didn't know about. I don't know. I mean, I'm just saying, it's like, this is more about the ease and
well, I
access
understand, but
in the
that needs to be
community.
addressed too. So
I'm not sure we can control the world,
Yeah, I know,
but
yeah, but
I get what you're
We'll
saying.
take that as an action item and we'll.
All right.
Yeah.
whatever.
Interesting thought.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. I like where we're going. Thank you for answering the question that I hadn't asked yet about what does this program look like from a staffing standpoint and what is needed on that? You answered that question, and it sounds like you feel confident that you'll have the money to do that and it won't impact other, parts of our county. I appreciate the coordination across with the sheriffs and code enforcement. That's fabulous. My goal, I think, and thank you for Supervisor Parlin for kind of highlighting what is before us. And the goal of this is to limit access to youth.
For youth, right,
Yeah,
right.
not control the world. That is helpful because we were like, okay,
Yes, right.
sorry, that's helpful.
We're not having establishing a complete ban, right? Yeah.
Right.
Try to limit the access for youth. Yeah.
My goal also is to keep this as simple as possible. And I think I do have strong concerns about applying this to tobacco retailers with a 20% limit. I mean, what is 20%? I have no idea. And that is asking for our enforcement officers to go and say, I see you have 21% or, 19%,
Oh, you miscalculated. It's really 19.5.
I think that is incredibly problematic. I think a 15, foot separation from sensitive uses, and I assume that's the property line. How do we define sensitive use?
Oh, yeah, let's go there. Yeah.
No bus stops.
No bus.
Let's just not do bus stops. But sorry, I had to go there.
Property line sounds good.
Property line, I would think, on the sensitive use. And then I like the idea of a cap. And also, I'm not seeing this, that we're having a distance between, like a buffer zone. Did we want to include that like we did with VHRs? So that once again, there's not a preponderance of any impact to any one area. And I don't know what that buffer zone would look like. VHRs is easy, it's in a neighborhood. I would like us to maybe consider a buffer zone. And I don't
Is
know
that
what that
what
number
the
is.
same use
Yeah.
means though?
Oh, where?
So it says 1,500 feet from sensitive use and
And
same
thank you.
use. So
Perfect.
it's
Okay.
already actually
Great.
here.
Thank you for that. All
Uh-huh.
right, never mind. And then I do like the fact that we're combining some limitations on the license as well as land use restrictions. So I think you've done a really good job.
Yeah,
Yeah,
excellent.
really, really well done. I think at this point, let's see what the public has to say, and then we'll bring it back to see where the board
Yeah.
wants to go. We have a lot of options before us. So thanks to your good work. We appreciate it. All right, Kim, let's take public comment on this item.
Now taking public comment on item number 19. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when your time is up. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Anyone in the boardroom? Yeah, like to speak on this? Mr. Wilson, thank you for being with us today. We appreciate it.
Didn't want to go first, but
Oh,
I will.
please.
Not a lot to say right now. First, a lot of thank yous. Public Health, thank you very much for the presentations. Board of Supervisors, thank you.
Can you identify yourself first?
Oh, sorry, Curtis
everyone knows who you
Wilson, Superintendent Motherlode Union School District.
Perfect.
Wanted to thank the board. The questions that were being asked up here took away almost everything I was going to come up and post concerns about. I am extremely excited to see that this is going to be or what's been proposed was kind of a dual action, one for zoning regulations that makes things pretty simple there, and then with the CUPs or the conditional use permits or the TRLs. I think by taking both of those actions, it covers our bases and makes us a little bit easier, as we stated, on enforcement side of things from the get-go on when a business comes in. One thing that also got brought up that I was going to speak at length about is that 20%. I don't know how to gauge that. And I don't believe the business that was being proposed to come in next to my middle school takes up 20%, but its sales, I guarantee, are much greater than that in tobacco sales. So thank you for the board for bringing that up to Public Health to say, hey, let's take a look at this, and do we really want to police this? I know the other state agencies and the federal agencies that have protections out there, it's more for licensing to prevent, as I believe Supervisor Turnbull brought up, fraud. And where's that limit of pushing people over to go somewhere else to get these products? Where in our regards, and what I think this board should be looking at, is to prevent from youth and the ease of access. So thank you for bringing that up as well, Supervisor Parlin. Again, not much else to say other than you asked the right questions. Thank you for making me not talk more than I wanted to. And again, thank you for the Public Health bringing this up. I will be excited to see what they bring forward and the final vote. So again, thank you, everybody.
Thanks for being with us. I know you've been really engaged in this item, so thank you. You've helped us get to the point we're at today. Is there any other comments in the boardroom? Seeing none, let's go online, Kim.
Now taking public comment from Tracy.
Good afternoon.
Oh, good afternoon, guys. First of all, I want to start off with saying we already have a law, state law, that you have to be 21 to purchase these products. So if we could just enforce that, which we should and already are doing, that's all we really need, in my opinion, to prevent youth. I don't think this will prevent youth. I don't know where we've seen any measurable outcomes where we've seen this to be actually productive. I think that it would have an economic impact and people would go across the county or take their business elsewhere. Public health is part of the Health and Human Services Department, which has grown exponentially in the last 4 years. And now they're over here into policy making. As far as pharmacies, I don't really consider pharmacies as to be health places, but I guess that's probably the general consensus. But are we also going to ask them to stop selling Doritos? I respect that Robinson's chooses not to sell tobacco products, right? Or nicotine, whatever we're, talking about here. I just think you need to think about the economic impact, the overregulation of businesses, and just be realistic. This isn't going to reduce use for youth. Also, Wendy, that's kind of funny. You made the bus stop joke. Now I get it, knowing who's in the room and who's behind this or supports it. All right, guys. Well, I'm losing my voice, and that's really all I had to say. Oh, and also you can buy these products online. So yeah, that's kind of something that should be noted as well.
Thanks for your comments.
There's no additional public comment.
All right, at this point, I will close the public hearing and bring it back. And, I think we're always cognizant of, I appreciate the comments, but I think we're always cognizant of not wanting to over-regulate. We are a nation founded on personal freedoms, and we take that seriously. That said, I think we also feel a sacred responsibility to protect our youth as well and find the balance between those two. And also want to clarify that the board directed the public health bring this forward to us. This was not, so that's why we're here today. So what is the will of the board on this item? What does it say?
I'm going to move to approve staff's recommendation for 1, 2, and 4, 3 being just to receive the requested presentation, but I think those are the actions we're looking for.
So let's see.
Do we have to give direction, or did you guys pick up on what we said?
Because
That's always the hardest one.
It says
right?
adopt and authorize, so.
Well, it says
That's
number
That's the
4.
urgency ordinance. I think we definitely have to do the urgency ordinance
Yes.
extension,
Yeah.
right?
Right.
Number 2 is find the extension moratorium is not a project, and that's
Right.
CEQA. I think we have to do that. And then number 4 is direct staff to return with a provision for the retail license ordinance.
That
which-
reflects board direction.
So
That's my
let's
question.
further clarify board direction on
Right.
this. So my understanding is that we were not interested in applying to tobacco, and I'm going off the last page of next steps for El Dorado County. So the board is not in agreement with applying to tobacco retailers with 20% or more of floor space.
Correct.
So take that off the list. We are in agreement with 1,500 feet from sensitive use and same use. And we are in agreement with one tobacco retailer per 2,500 county unincorporated residents. Is that correct?
I'm not buying into
Yeah,
the
I'm
last
not-
one until I
not
get
sure
some
about that one.
additional information. So, yeah, just
Okay,
personally.
so I guess our direction is, we're open to a cap, but bring us back some more information on what makes sense on that.
And how do we get there?
And how do we get there? Right.
Yeah.
And then as far as the tobacco retailer, the license portion of this, we were in agreement with staff's recommendation. Is that correct?
Yes.
So no free samples, minimum pack size and price, and the prohibit the sale of the single-use disposable and products not approved by the FDA. Did the board want to explore a ban on lockers that Supervisor Turnbull brought up, or are we at this point just wanting to stick to local regulations? I mean, that would be a local regulation, but
Yeah, I'm thinking not give direction necessarily on that, but see what they come up with. I think
Yeah,
we
I think
need
they
to
need to look
understand a
into
lot
it, yeah.
more before we can direct that.
okay, and
I
bring
don't
us
understand
back a
it
little
all.
more information on. Yeah, you need to come up here. I'm sorry. So everyone we can capture your words.
In response to Supervisor Turnbow's concerns, we can provide some sample language that would address those concerns. And at that time, once you see them, you can decide whether that
Perfect.
fits.
So does that sound like?
So I will amend my motion to be consistent with that. I think Kim's got it recorded, right? So we're giving specific direction in some areas and we're just saying, bring back some more information for the rest of it. So, yeah.
Okay. And then you'll bring back, an ordinance that reflects this direction that we just clarified for us for their action. Excellent. All right. So there was a motion on the table by Supervisor Heidel. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Seconded by
And
Supervisor.
can I
Turnbull.
ask one more question before
No.
we?
Sorry.
Like, sorry. So,
Sure.
but given the potential number of licenses that we might be issuing and the fact that we're gonna create a program and all that, do you have a ballpark idea of what these licenses are gonna cost? And that's an annual cost, right? I
So we're
mean,
probably we want to make sure that the license fees cover this program.
that's my understanding. And so, I mean, have we even done, have you guys, come on up, Kristen, sorry. I mean, did you get a ballpark or anything for us or?
Yes, so during our meetings, we have been meeting with the departments that would potentially be doing the administration, the inspections and the enforcement to see, based off the number of retailers, what augmentation to their staffing they would need and come up with rough costs. But we really needed board direction today to get a better number. So now
Okay.
with this direction and what you want to see in the ordinance, we will come back with a better number.
So you'll bring that back with
Yes.
it too, then so we can kind of understand where we're headed with all that. So, okay.
And I think you've heard we're open to the number, we're wanting to limit it, but we're not quite sure what makes
Yes.
sense. So
Yeah.
thank you for figuring that out and telling us what is your recommendation.
Thank you.
All right, great. So any further discussion?
Nope.
All right. All those in favor of this action, say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously. So thank you all very much. We look forward to you coming back with this ordinance. So with that, we will adjourn and take our lunch hour and we'll be back at 1 o'clock for open forum. Thank you all. Touche. Oh, well, welcome El Dorado County. We are back from lunch and now we move into the open forum portion of our meeting, and this is your time. So Kim, can you please open up open forum?
Now taking public comment on open forum. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when your time is up. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Who would like to be first? Come on down. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, board members. My name is Ginger Luzada, representative of New California State, 51st State. Last Tuesday, we read 2 documents, the Declaration of the 12th Constitutional Default and the Declaration requesting response with specific facts. The third letter is about the demo election by New California State held on January 27th, 2024 in 18 counties. The New California State demo elections were a huge success and a reminder to every citizen and all county boards across California how quickly and effectively hand counting ballots at the precinct level is. And while many hand counting methods would be just as successful, New California chose the Colorado Clear Box method. Here are the results. New California was able to tally just under 1,000 ballots simultaneously in 20 minutes across the state. The quickest tallying times were 16 to 17 seconds per ballot. Using the Colorado method, if we doubled the tallying time to 32 seconds per ballot, each 1,200 voter precinct can have those 1,200 ballots tallied simultaneously in 3 hours after last voter has cast their vote, and the entire state's results will be posted on election night. In other words, same day results. Citizens shared that NCS's tallying method was more efficient than the tallying processes they remembered before the machines were implemented. And with clear ballot boxes and an observable tallying method, the voters experienced a completely transparent election from start to finish. No part of the election process was hidden from the voters. All California state county boards need to recognize that elections belong to the citizens, not to county officials, and certainly not to state or federal entities. The citizens demand that the control of their elections be returned and that hand counting in small precincts be reinstated immediately. How much money each county will save by removing the electronics from our voting systems is astounding. Return our elections back to we, the people.
Thank you. Come on down.
Not sure of the process. Good afternoon. My name's Kevin Ernst. I live in El Dorado Hills, and I'm here today to express my concern regarding an industrial warehouse development which just started construction in El Dorado Hills Business Park. This development is at the corner of Golden Footwell Parkway, which crosses Latrobe south of Highway 50 and Carson Crossing. It appears that this development had no review, no traffic, no economic, no environmental review, yet was approved by the Planning Commission. This development appears to be part of a major industrial warehouse distribution complex, which would be bigger than the Frontier project, which was proposed last year. This complex is something that is not needed in El Dorado Hills and will adversely impact the lives of El Dorado Hills residents and would bring additional truck traffic impacting roads, air quality, and residential quality of life. I grew up in Sacramento and always wanted to live and retire in El Dorado Hills. After 39 years in a major utility, I retired and purchased a home in Heritage, which is a 55-year and older community, just over 3 years ago. I thought I was going to enjoy my retirement years. Despite all the politics in both Washington and in Sacramento impacting our federal and state laws and taxes, I always expected that agencies that were closer to the voter taxpayer would be a much better, would do a much better job of supporting the voter. I have come to the conclusion that El Dorado County agencies don't care either. Since moving to El Dorado Hills, we've had issues with CSD and the Heritage Park, where they required the installation of lights by the developer, and this is a dawn to dusk park. They have yet to remove those lights, and we continue to deal with them. Last year, we had Project Frontier, AKA Amazon Warehouse. That was just south and east of our development by about a quarter of a mile. This project was being developed in secret as a result of a non-disclosure agreement between the developer and the county. This project would have had significant environmental impacts on the wetlands that Heritage is responsible for. Yet, there were no environmental impact reports that went along with that. What was the county and planning commission thinking? Now we have Gateway El Dorado. If fully constructed, this project would be even bigger than Project Frontier. In a June 12th, 2023 letter, Karen Gardner wrote that this whole, okay. I'm not a NIMBY. Thank you, George. Thank you for your continued support.
Thank you for being with us this afternoon. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Roger Lozada from New California State. Comparing the Colorado Clear Box method to the method currently being used by the El Dorado County allows voters to vote early by the use of drop boxes 30 days from February 5th to March 5th, or the mail-in ballots that, by use of both methods, questions the chain of custody. How many people handled that ballot? We don't know. In the clear box method, only 4 individuals, the voter, the judge, the reader, and the final judge. The clear box method will have all votes counted by the end of the night. The current election, according to the El Dorado Elections website, the final results will be released by this Thursday, March 14th, 9 days later, after election for the final results. I see the Colorado Clear Box method is the most secure, transparent results at night and the least expensive way to conduct an election. Now, I mentioned it's expensive. Don't have the exact numbers, but I know these machines are not cheap. I know one county, we did a review of how much those machines cost versus how much a volunteer or even paid staff would cost. Quite a big difference. And hopefully by now you folks know that the California deficit is now up to $73 billion. Hope you folks know that, right? And they've already estimated that next 3 years, conservatively, from $25 to $35 billion for the next 3 years. I'm sure this will be skyrocketing. And our CEO, Chris Street, thinks it's more like 100 billion and climbing. So the question now is, how will state of California stiff you, this county? Our school system, our law enforcement officers, will all take a hit from this budget crisis we'll be having? And that's just a tip of the iceberg. There are banks across this nation being closed down. We're in for a big one. All of this is going to take a big hit. So we have to trust and do one-day voting to secure elections, because this last election, well, not last election, 2020, well, elections have consequences. Another question too is, I mentioned this coming Thursday, according to the website, they have 1,000 more ballots to tabulate. That's 250 ballots per day, 8 per hour. That's as fast as they can move, really? I mean, considering that they've already counted, which I understand these numbers here, time casted 22,474 votes, and then it says 40,000. So the thing is, supposedly they counted 22,000 votes in what, 5-day period, March 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, but yet, so there's a lot of questions. Thank you.
Thank you for comments. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Well, first I'd like to congratulate George on his victory. George, I don't beat around the bush. I always say exactly what I mean. I didn't support you, but I'm very much hoping that these next 4 years will be banner years for you. And I want to remind you that after my hearing, when you went and talked to your representative on the in the planning commission, that you came back to me and told me that you felt that the right thing wasn't done and that you were going to help me get through this thing. I'm hoping that you won't have to, but I'd like to know that if that happens, that you will assist me in getting justice done for my family. I brought you some forms here, 2 documents, the job card issued upon a permit being granted, and a contract for the horse barn, which is about 100 feet from the house. If you look at the dates, you will see that the horse barn went up at the same time that my house was being built. I had no reason in the world, if I thought that I needed a permit to build these things, for not getting a permit. It would have just been crazy. Inspectors that came to inspect my house, you'll see the dates, they match. Inspectors that came to inspect my house were there when this barn was being built. I asked them, they told me that because it was an ag building, that it was fine, that I did not require a building permit. The contractor that put it up told me that I did not need a building permit. I didn't lie to you guys. I do not lie. This is exactly what happened. It was a mistake. It was an honest mistake. It was not intentional. Now, it was a different story, and I said it from the very beginning with the ADU. I knew better. I should have. I made a horrible mistake doing that. I will tear it down if you guys want me to. But the only thing that's going to be accomplished if I do that is that there'll be one less affordable housing unit in this county that needs it desperately. There are people that need this. Somebody's going to want to come and work for me, help me maintain this beautiful piece of property, and they're going to have a free place to live. I think that's a good thing for the county, not a bad thing, a good thing for the county. I don't understand to this day how we ended up here. I honestly don't. The other thing that I wanted to.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. Thanks for the
Thank you.
documentation. Is there anyone else that would like to speak in the room? Good
Good
afternoon.
afternoon. My name's Cheryl Uso, Lon's wife. Thank you for your time and attention. I'm going to tell you what you don't know about Lon Uso. Briefly, his family immigrated legally to the United States in 1960. They proceeded to start and successfully run Uso's Place, a Mexican restaurant in Oahu. In 1965, they moved to Huntington Beach, where he graduated from high school. He became a U.S. citizen in November of 1968, then attended UC Irvine and UCLA Dental School. Lon met and married me and became a dad to my 2 children and our own son. He was mayor of San Juan Capistrano, started an animal rescue there. We moved to El Dorado County and immediately got involved with the equestrian community. Days were filled with riding our horses, animal rescues, planting grapes, and serving on the GPUD board. Lon has always felt a responsibility to give back to the country he loves. And until now, has always believed he was living the American dream. We've put our heart and souls into making our property beautiful. Our neighbors comment on how they love our views up the hill. We've spent over 4 years of our lives in limbo, not knowing if our horses will have a barn or if we'll have a shelter or a building to hold our agricultural equipment. Today, you have the power to respect the decision of the County Planning Commission to grant us a conditional use permit and make this nightmare a dream again. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Good afternoon.
Melody Lane, founder of Compass to Truth. At least a few good things came out of the very chaotic Taxpayers Association meeting yesterday morning. First, former Secretary Todd White was forced to resign from the association for election fraud. Todd was fired last year as George Turnbow's admin and from Big Brothers and Big Sisters. He was also removed as a deacon from Park Community Church, where the RCC formerly held their monthly meetings. Second, the December election of directors was a hot mess, necessitating the subject be reviewed and a new ballot vote conducted. Third, admission that the association has a fiduciary, but officers have been operating outside of the law for years without appropriate transparency or accountability, which could jeopardize their nonprofit status. Fourth, despite Chris Payne's constant interruptions, kudos go to Leo Cashon, who repeatedly attempted to rein in Chris with reminders to adhere to the bylaws and Robert's Rules of Order. Fifth, thanks to a gentleman named Bruce, who reminded Treasurer Jim Alderink and Chris Payne to resolve the issues I attempted to bring to the attention of membership concerning my uncashed dues checks. One of my checks was unlawfully held for over 6 months. Then it was passed on to Jim Alderink by resigning Treasurer Mark Pappas. Best of all, Carol Lewis publicly admitted that I was right all along about identifying the players and issues that contributed to the current TPA hot mess. The Taxpayers Association isn't the only organization doing spring house cleaning. George Turnbow's appointee to the Planning Commission, Chris Payne, is out. Interesting timing considering yesterday's taxpayers' hot mess when Chris falsely accused that I was not a member while repeatedly attempting to censor me. Chris also defensively objected to factual social media posts by certain unnamed individuals. Chris needed to be removed from the PC for some of the same reasons Todd White was fired. That's called accountability. For example, his rant directed at me during last April's taxpayers meeting and entered into the public record. Quote, don't point at me. You shouldn't be attacking me. I can't believe it. I've never seen anybody like her that treats us so disrespectfully. You are terrible to us. I've worked my ass off for you. Oh my God, I'm older than you. I can't take this. This is terrible. You're horrible. I'm a senior and I'm still working for the county. You won't work for the county. It's so bad the way you treat us. You don't respect us. You're terrible. You're mad because I wouldn't let you talk at the Planning Commission meeting, end quote. Meanwhile, Andy Nevis was video recording the exchange with his cell phone. That's not government leadership. It's despotism at taxpayers' expense. In closing, would you permit any public servant to treat your wife, daughter?
Please cut off the microphone. Thank you for your comments. Is there anyone else that would like to? Is there anyone else that would like to speak in the boardroom? Seeing none, let's go ahead and go. Oops, seeing none, let's go ahead and go online. Kim.
Not taking public comment from online participants. Not taking public comment from 390.
Good afternoon.
Well, good afternoon, board. This is Ken Greenwood reporting live from Myers, California. It's a bit windy today, so I don't think I'm not sure I'm going to go skiing, but that isn't why I called. It's about the wireless telecommunication facilities ordinance and the need for a fallover setback urgency ordinance so that we can, at a minimum, take care of these projects like we're looking at down in the business park immediately adjacent to residential properties, and so many others that are already sadly in the sky, blocking people's views, excuse me, ruining their property value. And again, remember, it'll sell, but it's going to take a while. And if you've ever sold a house with the anticipation of buying a new one, you know that it's got to close or it's got to sell. And time is money. So that is property value. So that argument really goes out the door. Talk to any realtor. Anyway, also noticing, we need to notice a mile out. And that is because they say it's the first mile that's so important. And that's what they're doing with their polygons of service and all that happy stuff. I was going to say another word. Anyway, there's a lot of issues that we can resolve through adding the word shall instead of should, and bringing this whole thing together as soon as possible. But again, it doesn't look like it's going to happen anytime soon. We'll see. What else? Oh, and yes, out in Myers, the snowplow or the rotary plow just went by a little while ago. I was digging out the gas meter so we don't have any gas leaks, and they went by and blew out what was left in the roadway. Wasabi could use a cross over. I hope they got it with the rotary plow just now. I'll check on the way out. Anyway, it's a beautiful day in Tahoe, except for the 60-mile-an-hour gusts over the top. So we'll report back later. Thank you very much and have a great day.
Be safe up in Tahoe, and thanks for calling in.
Now taking public comment from Mandy Rodriguez.
Good afternoon.
Hi, everybody. Long time no talk. Been doing my own thing and kind of stepping away from the politics. I never really wanted to get involved in politics, but COVID changed that. It's been 1,457 days since Slow the Spread. And I want to talk about cowardice. I witnessed cowardice from every one of you sitting up there. You were all worried about getting sued. County council sat there and, scared you guys all about lawsuits. And, a lot of us warned you guys about giving up our rights and our freedoms. You guys chose the cowardice way out. Many of you like to go around town and not wear masks, but when you sat up there, y'all put the mask on and you acted like cowards. In exchange, you gave away our freedoms that we'll never get back. In exchange, you took grant money and you went after businesses, small businesses. There was some talk about supporting small businesses, but you guys took money and went after businesses, small businesses that were trying to keep going. Now, I hope you all look back and look at what you did. And I'm not looking to ask you guys to apologize. I don't care. There's really not much forgiveness for you all in my heart. I was called a white supremacist, a racist. I was berated by people. I was told I was going to be physically removed from Board of Supervisors meetings. I was harassed in restaurants and businesses and kicked out. And you know what? I would gladly do it all again, because when I walk down the street, I hold my head high. And Wendy, I could quote you Bible. I could quote things from the Bible, but you're a Christian. I prayed in your house with you when I first met you. I don't know if you remember that. And you and your husband were probably the worst of all, because you knew who I was. And instead of standing up on truth, you bowed to the mob and continued to bow to the mob. So I couldn't be happier to see you leave. I could not be happier. And I'd like to think that I played a small part in you and your husband not being in El Dorado County politics. Hi, doll. I'm glad you're gone. Good riddance. And it just makes me really sad to see the lack of bravery you guys had, and the irony of it after all of this. The governor that you were afraid of, he said you have to enforce it.
Everyone gets 3 minutes. You know that. Thank you for calling in. Are there any other comments?
There's no additional public comment.
All right. Well, thank you for being with us for open forum. We will now move on to item number 18 for our CAO, which is our parks update. So Kim, can you please read item 18 into the record?
Of course. Item 18 comes from the Chief Administrative Office Parks Division, recommending the board receive an update on current parks projects and program priorities.
Good afternoon, Jennifer, and I apologize that we had to move this to the afternoon. Thanks for your flexibility.
No problem at all. Kim, can you? That's fine, you can stay there. Yep. There you go. All right. Well, thank you so much for the opportunity to present today on the parks program. I want to talk about what we've been working on in parks and where we're headed, and that will include going over where we're at on some of our projects, our plans for ongoing public engagement, and our parks and trails volunteers that we rely on, the river management plan 5-year update process, and coordination with our partners at other agencies that also provide parks and recreation, and then the progress of the development of the parks master plan update. First, I'm going to go over just some, like I said, of our mini projects. These are some that we're currently actively working on, and I'll give an update on each of these. The first in our Ellis Creek building. This is a site, you can see it in the photo for the Ellis Creek building. It's on the Rubicon Trail. And we have a development grant from State Parks from the OHB division for the construction of a maintenance building. And this will be to securely store our pumper truck that we use for pumping all the toilets along the Rubicon Trail, and for our other equipment that we use up there. And where we're at on this project, on December 12th, 2023, the board awarded the bid for construction to MWCH Construction. They are a local company. And at this time, the building has been ordered, and we are on track to begin construction as soon as weather permits up at this site. And it will be, the whole project will be done by the end of the summer.
You want to take questions incrementally or at the end, either way? What are we doing for security up there? I don't know if we have readily electrical power, surveillance cameras. I know remote areas have a tendency to be vandalized and broken into and other things, and this is one of those that I'm concerned with.
We don't have any cameras, and we don't have plans to place them. I don't know what the requirements might be up there. It is hard to get even cell phone service along most of the Rubicon Trail. But we do also get grant funding from the OHV division for law enforcement up on the Rubicon. So we have sheriff's deputies patrolling the area, mostly just during the high season during the summer.
But we do have insurance that would cover losses if somebody gets in and steals a pumper truck, for instance. The insurance would cover that normally. Okay, right, very good.
Any other questions on that project? I don't think so. Okay. Okay, so this is Railroad Park, and I wanted to talk about the dog park as well as the playground area. So currently we are installing fencing for a dog park, We'll be putting in playground equipment here. And this makes use of $100,000 of Prop 68 funding that we got on a per capita basis. So every county got a certain amount of funds. There were some requirements for that funding. It had to be additional park amenities. We couldn't use it for maintenance, but it was not a competitive amount of money. So we got $400,000 per capita funding, and $100,000 of it was used for the dog park and for the playground. Here's the original conceptual plan for that park. So the dog park originally was going to be off of Jakeway on the El Dorado Trail, and we relocated the dog park to here. It's kind of over by where that parking area is to the right. And this means that we don't have a grant match requirement. So because El Dorado was considered a disadvantaged area, we don't have to use general fund for a match for the dog park. And then the playground area is just south of that restroom building that you can see on there. I don't know if the picture works. I can show you where those are located at another time if anybody's interested. And then another element to this park, we are also working on obtaining funding through environmental management for a new water fountain at this park. There was some concern about having a dog park here because there's no water out where the dog park will be. So we're going to try to get a bottle filling station that also has a dog water bowl at the bottom. Okay, Four Bay Park. So the county has been working on funding renovations at Four Bay Park for a long time. We submitted for competitive Prop 68 grant funding back in 2019 and 2020, but didn't receive any funding. And then since that time, we found that we were able to use American Rescue Plan Act funding for this park because it's also in a disadvantaged area. So the board allocated $3 million in ARPA funds to help with the renovation of this park. And I think that's a great use of the funding. We have a very active community in Pollock Pines that have been doing their own fundraising efforts for this park. And it's just a really important park for the community up there. So where we're at on this is right now, we just had our kickoff meeting with our consultants that will be providing schematic planning and civil engineering design services for phase 1 of the park. And that's to get the basics in. So they would be doing all the grading, adding in the parking lots, the access roads, entry gates, doing some fuels management, getting the utilities put in place, and then getting the playground in. So park staff and facility staff are going to be working together with our consultant to complete this phase of the project. Okay, Chili Bar. So I updated the board on February 6th on Chili Bar, so I won't spend a lot of time here. But just to recap quickly, the next steps for this site are to work with Lebec Engineering to evaluate the site and provide 4 feasible preliminary development options. And we are also continuing to work with American River Conservancy for possible grant funding, especially for a permanent restroom at that site. Another project up on the Rubicon is the parking lot expansion, and this is at the Tahoma staging area, so it's on the Tahoe side of the trail. And on January 9th of this year, the board accepted grant funds from, again, the OHB division of state parks for the planning phase of this project. And so the issue here is that the parking lot can sometimes be completely full. And so people will park on the road, which causes just overcrowding and potential for resource damage to the area. So this project will serve to alleviate some of that and add additional parking area. So staff will be returning to the board with an agreement to do the biological studies, aquatic studies, cultural studies, and then an environmental assessment for this area. That's our first step for this project. Henningsen Lotus Park. So this park is one of the only parks that we have dedicated funding for. We charge user fees at the park. So we have a Henningsen Lotus Park special revenue fund. So there's always something going on at this park. Right now, we are working to try to still fix some of the damage that happened as a result of the storms last year. So we're pursuing FEMA funding, hopefully in the form of mitigation funds to prevent damages in future years. We also have obtained permits from the California Department of Fish and Wildlife to regrade the boat ramp area that's used by rafters. So we'll be working on that next month. And we are also working right now to we had a request from UC Davis. There's a landscape architecture class that is being taught by one of our former consultants that has worked in the past on HLP, but has also worked on other parks projects. So they wanted to study this site, specifically the undeveloped portion of the site, because the parcel that the county owns actually extends further downriver than what we have developed. So we said, yes, go ahead, have at it. Let us know what you come up with. And the students will be presenting to the Parks Commission next week. And part of the reason we wanted to let that all happen was because there is potential that we could get funding through boating and waterways for development of that portion of our HLP property. So that's hasn't come to your board for any decisions yet, but that's something that we're looking into.
I have a question relative to, some time ago, there was a proposal of considering acquiring property on the other side of the river. Is that on the back burner? Is that dead? Where did that end up?
We just don't have any funding for it. We had applied for Prop 68 grant funding to acquire that property. And you know, we hear that there's this want to have more riverfront park. And so we saw that we have actually a bigger parcel than what I originally understood HLP to be. So we thought, well, let's look at that first and see if there's anything that can be done with the property that we already own. But I believe that property is still available for sale. And if the board wanted to, we could look into purchasing it. It's just that there's no funding source for that.
And I think that that's something, as we're updating the master plan, if we want to look at expansion of existing, because we always talk about how expanding existing is more economical and feasible to do. I think that would be a good thing to include in the plan, perhaps. And Jennifer, before you move on, do you, because I know we've had some transition and stuff going on with parks. Are you familiar with the Coloma Lotus Advisory Committee?
Yes, I have not attended any of their meetings.
Okay, and the reason I'm saying that is because in their, what's the right word, their bylaws and what their role is in the county, it's kind of to run by the Coloma Lotus community, and because it's so local there, as we found out this morning. The CLAC's really there for the county to use. So with this project that the students are doing, I would really hope that you would run this through the CLAC, because they're local and it's easier to gather the community there in the community than trying to get them to come here to when it's at the parks. So if you would always keep them in the back of your mind as we move forward, anything Coloma Lotus, really consider using the clack, because that is what we set them up for. And they canceled their meeting this last month because they just didn't have any topics. So they try to be really thoughtful and not just have meetings for the sake of meetings. But I just wanted to remind you that they're there specifically for this kind of stuff.
Okay, last but not least, we have Diamond Springs Park. So as the board is aware, this was property that was donated to the county through the Marshall Foundation for the purpose of developing a park. And the board just kind of right under the wire, according to our agreement last December, accepted the property formally and adopted the final EIR for this project. And so the last step that we just went through was the board authorized the CAO to enter into negotiations with the Boys and Girls Club on this property. The agreement that we had when we accepted the property actually says that if we were to not develop the park in 5 years, that this property would revert to the Boys and Girls Club for ownership anyway. And all along through this project, we've been engaging with the Boys and Girls Club because the intent was that they would possibly be operating the park. The county historically has not provided for this type of recreation. We don't coordinate little leagues, or we do rent out fields, but we just keep our that type of recreation pretty minimal. So the Boys and Girls Club can provide that service to the county. So with that last board item, we're able to work more closely with the Boys and Girls Club and really set out our path for developing this park in partnership with them. Okay, I'm going to move on to some of our other activities in parks and what we're working toward. I wanted to include this quote from the show Parks and Recreation. I know
this is great.
Yeah,
Actually.
you
Love
will
that show.
identify with this quote as well. What I hear when I'm being yelled at is people carrying really loudly at me. And we actually don't get yelled at very often in parks. People are very respectful, but we still hear their passion and their voices, and we get a lot of interest and a lot of comments and a lot of phone calls from the public because they really care about our parks and our natural areas and the community that they represent. So we are going to continue to work with the community constantly, not just when we have to have a public meeting as part of a grant requirement or because of it's a land use requirement, but in more informal ways. So I want to talk about a little bit right now about our public engagement and what we're going to be working on. So I can kind of split these into a few categories: user groups, projects, and then social media. For our projects, we always convene user groups to try to understand what the needs are. And so that happens throughout the process. It happens in the beginning when we're coming up with our conceptual plans. For example, for Forbay, there was a lot of public meetings. Same thing with Diamond Springs Park. Even early on, before we started on the CEQA analysis, we were engaging the public. But then once the park is built, we continue to engage the community. So we have recently met with users of the skate park because we have some skate equipment that we could install, and we just want to understand, like, where would you want equipment? Where would it get in your way? Do you want seating areas, or would you rather have all of these areas to play in? So we continue to engage them in more informal ways, as well as having meetings. We've also met with baseball and softball leagues to understand what their needs are at the fields, and we're going to update our agreement for annual rentals to make sure it's clear what the expectations are for leaving the fields, how you found them for the next team. And then we are also planning to meet with the river outfitters, and I'll get into that a little bit more when I talk about the river management plan. And then last, Parks is setting the stage for launching our own social media accounts. At least we're thinking we'll at least do Instagram. There's just so many updates to the public that we want to provide to let them know that meetings are happening, to make sure they're aware of any repairs or damages at the parks to be aware of. We have recently had to close a portion of the bike park because riding on the dirt jumps, for example, at the bike park, when it's wet out, it degrades that soil. So if we could kind of have that direct link to the public, I think we could get the word out more often, and then also be able to hear from the public directly on a more informal basis. So the river program, the latest version of our river management plan was adopted in 2018, and it requires a 5-year review process, which starts with staff looking at any issues that have come up over the last 5 years. And then it goes to the Parks and Rec Commission, the Planning Commission, and then any changes that result out of that will come to the board for direction. So so this will come back to you, but as a preliminary just update on this, we are looking at revising some parts of the river management plan. We want to look at revising guide education, that training program and requirements, clarifying some language to make sure that it's really clear what the rules are, because some of them, the language in there seems clear, but there's been some confusion on the part of the outfitters. And then looking at the administration of our permits and what makes sense to make sure that's an efficient process. So we are planning to meet with the outfitters. I believe it's either this week or next week, to get in a room and make sure that any of the changes we're looking at wouldn't affect their businesses, and that hopefully, they'll be on board for any changes because it will help with their programs.
Jennifer?
Yes.
On this one too, river management, the CLAC. Because if you remember, I had to disband the River Management Advisory Committee. That was so hard to do. And we created the CLAC, and part of it was to work with the county on river updates and stuff too, because it doesn't only impact the outfitters, it impacts the community as a whole. So maybe check in with them and see if they want to, I don't know how far along you are with any updates to the river plan and all that, but I really suggest you check in with CLAC, because if we don't, we might get called out on it and have to go back, and I'd rather not do that. So just throwing that out there.
I think the CLAC hadn't been established by the time the river management plan was adopted. It's not.
Well, it was messier than
mentioned,
that, but yeah. So anyway, it's there now.
Okay.
And one of its purposes is to be involved in this process.
Okay. So we will go to the CLAC, the Parks and Rec Commission, the Planning Commission, and then the board.
Yeah. Sorry.
So it'll be a while until we come back.
But at least that way we can't say that we didn't engage the community, and especially locally right there. It's just such a big deal. So thank you.
Okay, and then our volunteer program. So we rely on volunteers in parks. There's a picture of all of us at the end of the presentation. You can kind of see there's not very many of us. So a lot of the work that we need to be done, we do rely on volunteers for. So we're going to work on refining and formalizing our volunteer program. And this will include making sure there's a written assignment for every volunteer, and that there's a lot of coordination with staff to make sure everybody has the training and the tools that they need. to carry out their volunteer work. And staff is also planning to organize park cleanup days and work parties on the Rubicon this year. In the past, there's been an Adopt a Trail program, and there's been just some want to kind of reset and make sure that staff, again, are available to those volunteers when they're doing that work, and that we're making sure it's work that the county has identified a need for. So the plan is to do work parties this year on the Rubicon as well, and then evaluate that, how that works out, and maybe bring the Adopt a Trail program back, or maybe stick with the work party setup. So those are our plans for the volunteer program. I'm really excited about that, and we're getting to work on that already. So hopefully we'll have it ready for this season.
And for us on the Rubicon one, just because it's a shift away from what we've done in the past, has that been clearly sent out to all the groups and stuff, so they know we're switching gears and how we're gonna get to what we're doing this year? Or do we need to have a big Rubicon meeting soon? I feel like I'm feeling like we might need one soon, just to reset everything. But better question, okay, then how is it going with our new parks manager hire? Because I think that's a piece of our puzzle that I'm waiting for. And I know that you might be getting to that sooner or later, but it's like, I feel like we're waiting on that for so many things, and the Rubicon's, in my mind, really a big one. So can you share on that, or?
Yes. So for your first question, we did update the website to post on there that we are planning to do work parties this year on the Rubicon. So that's on the Rubicon page under the park website. And then we recently held a public meeting that was a requirement for our latest grant request to the OHV division. So we did talk about what is included in our current application for OHV division funds, but we also wanted to give an update to attendees. Unfortunately, we only had, I think, 5 people in attendance at that meeting. So we might need to try again and have another meeting. But we have tried to get the word out that we're having a bit of a shift when it comes to the Adopt a Trail program on the Rubicon.
Well, probably the subject line of the topic, that was quite honestly a boring topic, why nobody probably showed up, because it was just on, I saw the line and I went, what, I don't know. But to get people's attention, we really need to make it clear that we're doing something to want them there for that. So but then the parks manager, how's that going?
And so the parks manager, we do have a new parks manager coming. He's coming on March 25th.
Wonderful.
His name is Zach Paris, and he currently works at the city of Folsom, but he is a El Dorado County resident. So we're really excited about him. I'm very excited about him because I just feel that I need a little bit of relief.
Some of your life back.
We were able to hire a new analyst in parks, and she just started, but she's already been really helpful. And so I think the team is coming together in parks, and you're going to see a lot of work being generated out of that division as soon as we have everybody.
That's really good news.
It is
really good
Thank you
news.
for that.
And we appreciate you holding everything together in the meantime.
Okay, Parks and Trails Master Plan. So I wanted to provide an update on this. We are currently putting together the public outreach chapter of the plan, which there's been a big emphasis on going to the community and getting their feedback and their input on what parks they want to see, what they like and don't like about our parks currently. And that's because I think really need that information as a basis for our Parks Master Plan. The plan is supposed to provide a set of goals, policies, and implementation measures that are shaped by the community input, as well as our recreation trends and best practices in parks. So the hope with the master plan is that it sets forth a 10-year vision for parks and trails in El Dorado County. And so the plan is to come to you with just a presentation on what we heard as part of our outreach efforts and what we learned as a result of all of that. And then we will continue with the rest of the master plan. So we'll work on our needs analysis based on what we have and what we heard we need, make recommendations, and then bring the final plan back to the board for adoption.
When do you expect to have the outreach summary to the board?
It will be, so we're going to the Parks Commission next week with it. So I think I can get it to the board in April.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. And then, okay, as part of that outreach, I did want to mention kind of our last piece was that the Parks and Rec Commission wanted to put together a master plan advisory committee to provide input on the process and to inform us of what other parks providers are working on. We talked all along with the Parks and Rec Commission about this distinction between the county providing certain parks, but it not being the provider of all parks in the county. And we know that a lot of the resources are in El Dorado Hills CSD or Cameron Park CSD. A lot of the open space is provided by the Bureau of Land Management. So there's just a lot of other players than the county. And they really wanted to hear from all of those organizations, like what are your priorities? What are you working on? And how can the county kind of act as a conduit for some of that activity so that we're all working in coordination together. So we've had our first meeting, which was really helpful. They talked a lot about coordinating on trails efforts and making sure we have, could we put together a map that shows everybody's trails so that there's connectivity and we're able to provide that to the public so that they, if they want to keep walking, they can just keep walking and it doesn't matter who is providing those trails, but they have a map that shows all of them. So that type of coordination, I think, is going to be included in the master plan and will be helpful for everybody and will kind of help us continue to coordinate with those other entities.
Another entity that you might put on the radar, it's probably already on there, but is coordinating with El Dorado County Transportation Commission, because through their active transportation plans, I mean, they were instrumental in helping with the Old Depot bike park, and they are an excellent source.
Yes,
for
yep,
active
they
transportation.
are on the list. I am not recalling if there was somebody in attendance from the Transportation Commission.
I know they have
but
several experts in active transportation. Great.
Okay, and then to kind of go off of that direction, the county is currently doing their general plan review to see what has been implemented and what is still left to be implemented. And I noticed for parks, we are still in the process of implementing general plan measure PR-J, which says to establish a working group to coordinate the actions of county agencies and resource-based recreation providers in the county. So it was very helpful to meet as the Master Plan Advisory Committee, and I would like us to continue to meet with that group. And I think that accomplishes this general plan measure, but it also, again, will help us to understand who's doing what so that we're not duplicating efforts and that we're all working together, because the users don't necessarily care who is providing the parks and trails, right? They just want them to be well maintained and available. And so I think if we can continue coordinating with the other agencies, we can continue to provide that. Okay, and then here is a picture of our Parks and Trails Division staff. As you can see, it is a very small division. I just wanted to give a shout out to our park staff because they are a very committed group. They all love what they do, and often they will tell me how much they love their jobs. So I just really appreciate this group, and I think again what we're working toward is going to be an improved version of the parks program, but we will continue hopefully Vicky's legacy of just getting a lot done with the little resources that we have.
Small but mighty team.
Yes.
Wonderful. Well, thank you so much, Jennifer. It's helpful to have an overview of where you are in all these initiatives and projects. And I know the Park and Recs Commission is very active and engaged in the Parks Master Plan. And I know we're all looking forward to that effort and appreciate all the robust efforts on that. Supervisor Heidel.
Yeah, great overview presentation. There was two things that I didn't hear about. One is Cronin Ranch, and it's a major trail system. Is there a plan to hold fast on that? Are we changing things? Are we looking at a transfer of property? Where are we with Cronin Ranch?
Yes. So as I mentioned, there's a lot going on in parks, so I only mentioned some of our projects, but that's still on the radar. I think our next step with that is coming back to the board with a specific item on that property to get direction from the board on what you would like us to do. So that is also an item that is forthcoming.
Okay.
And the Parks Commission had a recommendation on that already to the board.
Yes.
We just haven't got it.
I haven't heard,
It-
where we're going with it yet.
They,
So,
they,
that's
they had
supposed
an
to be coming back.
item. Yeah,
Yes,
they had an item.
yes,
It's in their meeting minutes.
Yes.
And we're waiting for it to get here so we can actually do some
Okay.
action. That's where we're at with that.
Okay. And then the second one, El Dorado County is a member of the Sacramento-Placerville Transportation Corridor, JPA. And as part of that discussion, we agreed at that level with Sacramento County and the other agencies that we needed to update a master plan for the SPTC as a recreational use and the potential for freight use of that rail system for limited portions of it. So my expectation is, based upon the discussion we had yesterday, is there will be funding forthcoming to develop a master plan at the SPTC level. But it would probably have two parts, because I think it's recognized that Sacramento County has its own distinct interests in those things. And El Dorado County, particularly when it comes to excursion trains, is a likewise situation. We want to be able to control what that entrance is. And that's just the rail part of it, let alone the trails and connectivity. So if that is authorized in the May timeframe, are we prepared to take on a master planning effort for the SPTC? Because there's going to be a desire to try to turn that around, because there's already nature trail improvements being made without a definition of they're going to have to be redone, because when we have a master plan, you're going to determine where's the improved trail versus where's the natural trail and where you have these crossings. And so we're getting volunteer work to do these activities, but they're saying, why should we spend our time if you're going to reverse where they're going to be in the future? So we really lack a master plan of defining what that overall recreational use corridor is going to become. So I want to just make sure that we're prepared to take that on. I would anticipate the JPA providing the funding for it, because again, that's where the monies have been collected for that kind of a service. But we want to make sure that it's in the best interest of El Dorado County to put in as much effort in making sure that that master plan is what we really want to be when that trail is all finalized. Recognize it's a multi-year project. And I would think that that would have to roll into the El Dorado County level master plan, as a subset or something. So somewhere they need to be tied together, I believe. We don't want one master plan over here and the other master plan for the county not showing it. So that's the other area that has renewed interest. And, Vicky's retirement has changed things a little bit, but there's things changing at the JPA too. So we just have to try to plot a course as to what our next actions are going to be, and do we have the capacity to turn around an additional master plan.
Yeah, and so that project is definitely on my radar too. And I'm sorry that I couldn't make the JPA meeting yesterday. I stayed at home and there was no
Sorry to
Zoom
hear that.
option. But yes, definitely on my radar, keeping tabs on that. And I've been in discussions with the staff of the JPA, and the CEO for that JPA is a employee at the city of Folsom. But again, just would need board direction on anything that we work on. So if the JPA is going to take on the master plan, then we could function kind of in a support role for that effort. And then if it's something that we need to put more funding toward and more staff resources, then we would just want direction from this board on that.
Well, I would ask that we look at preparing as best we can an estimate of what the costs would be. Because if the JPA funds it, I still think the lead agency for the preparation of that part of it for El Dorado County needs to come from El Dorado County. Because there's a lot of history with trail use and trail and rails and competition and things that have evolved over and over and over again to the extent, I guess, it's highly politicized in terms of what can and can't happen in everybody's opinion. So it's going to be a major undertaking. It's not just putting some lines on a map and saying that's it. There's a lot of public concern with property that butts up against the SPTC. And the fact that in the past, excursion trains have been looked at as a fire threat. They've been looked at as a noise hazard, those kinds of things. And those are the small ones. If we ended up going back to a freight train type of system, that totally changes it. But that needs to be honestly analyzed in that master plan with all the plans that we have that rely on the use of that system. So I don't think it's trivial. I think it's a huge undertaking, and to try to turn it around in a reasonable period of time is going to take some pretty dedicated effort, in my opinion. So anyway, we'll leave it with that.
All right, thank you. Supervisor Lane.
Thank you for your report. Very well done. I don't really know where this fits in, but I just wanted to mention that up in the basin, we're having a lot of problems with public access to trails like even the Rubicon. Certainly Desolation, other trails that are used in the unincorporated part of the county. And the issue is parking in the wintertime. The county owns some property, but it's behind gates that are controlled by the Forest Service, as a matter of fact. So I know that there's a group called the Backcountry Alliance, and they have been pretty much leading the charge in this particular area, but I just wanted to mention it to you as something to think about when it comes to the basin and its recreation access. Don't know where that fits in, but getting it out there is half the battle.
Sounds good. Any further questions or comments right now? All right, thank you
Just
so
great
much.
job, thanks.
Great. Let's take any public comment on this item. Kim?
Now taking public comment on item number 18. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when your time is up. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record. Seeing no public comment in the boardroom, now taking public comment from online participants. There is no public comment.
All right, well, this is just a receive a presentation, so it's not an action item today. Any further comments for
No.
Jennifer?
No, Jennifer, great job.
Well done. Yeah.
All right, we'll look forward to seeing you back in April. And thank you again for bringing this before the board. We appreciate it. All right, and that is the rest of our department matters. We do have one closed session item. Are we expecting any report out? or not?
No, I don't expect a report out today.
All right, so does the board wish to provide our updates at this time and then go into closed session?
Yes, please.
All right, let's do that. Now, you may notice that our, we don't have to and froms on this anymore. As we were chatting about this, to and froms is such a convoluted, right? Where does that come from? What does that mean? And so for the sake of just clarity, we decided to call it board member updates. We have a CAO update and
Mhm.
board member updates. That just sounded like an easier explanation, so the public would know what that is, because no one knows what a
No,
change from
I
is.
thought it was a gift exchange or
I
something.
know, sadly not, sadly not.
Well, where's our gift?
Right. And you may notice that just for the sake for the public, just clarifying that this time of our meeting is a time for short informational updates on matters of county-wide concern from us board members. So the public's not expecting an exhaustive list of every meetings we attend. And, if we say have nothing to report this week, doesn't mean that we haven't been active in our district. So just want to clarify that for the public. And County Council, there's additional language in here. Can you just kind of briefly explain what the Government Code 53232.3 means for the board?
Yeah, happily. Before we get to that, I just want to start just to reinforce again that the Brown Act does provide an opportunity for board members to provide a brief announcement or a brief report on your activities. So that is kind of the general basis for what you're doing. As noted in the language in the agenda, that is intended to be brief. If it is going to be an extended discussion, it's always best to just have that matter agendized for a discussion that can take place at a later date so that the public can be made aware and can attend if necessary. As to the specific language that was added concerning that government code provision, so that is based on a kind of a lesser known provision from AB 1234, which you're familiar with because it imposes the ethics training requirements that you have to take. And the language in the code states that members of a legislative body shall provide brief reports on meetings attended at the expense of the local agency at the next regular meeting of the legislative body. And I think that the board's been complying with that in that the board has generally had fairly robust reports being made during the course of what was previously described as the items to and from. But we wanted to make sure to include the specific language on the agenda to make clear that if you're attending meetings, and to be clear, the meetings that you are to report on are, number one, only those meetings where you are seeking some type of reimbursement from the county, so mileage, or if it's out of county travel, perhaps meals or something else. And it is a meeting that is described under the Brown Act. So, for example, I'll use Supervisor Hydall just as an example. Supervisor Hydall is the board's designated representative for Pioneer Community Energy, a joint powers authority who conducts meetings pursuant to the Brown Act. So should Supervisor Hydall drive to Auburn or wherever they hold their meetings to attend a meeting of Pioneer Community Energy, and should Supervisor Hydall seek reimbursement from the board for those mileage expenses, then at the next regular meeting of the board, Supervisor Hydall should simply note that he attended the regular meeting of Pioneer Community Energy. Simple as that. So that's really the purpose. Just wanted to provide that background for you and also for members of the public who may be seeing this for the first time as well.
So we just kind of wanted to clarify that. Supervisor Partland.
Because this is one of my bugaboos for quite some time. So let me get clarity there, because you just, I think, said we're only supposed to report out if we want to get reimbursement, or
you only have to. There's nothing to discourage, to prevent you from over disclosing your meetings. If you want to discuss, provide a more robust disclosure about the meetings you're attending, even if you're not seeking reimbursement.
No, that's not what I'm
Okay.
getting at. Just for example, yesterday I attended a meeting that was down the road. So I don't need reimbursement, but I think there was information with it that the whole board would be interested in. So is that still okay to report out as long as I keep it brief?
Correct.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Because otherwise it's like.
Yes, thank you. And thank you. You are, I'm describing the minimum requirement under the law for reporting those meetings where you are seeking county reimbursement. You are otherwise, again, you can certainly over disclose and discuss other meetings, but that is kind of the general brief report on your activities as allowed by the Brown Act.
Okay.
I got a question. So, I mean, even if you have, let's say, a new employee orientation, I don't have to report out on that.
You would not, but if you would like to, you certainly
okay.
can.
I'm just kind of getting a clarification.
Yeah,
and stuff.
understood. Yeah,
I'm not getting
and
reimbursed for it because it's just downstairs. So
correct. Yeah. So if
anyway.
if it might be best if after today, if you have some questions about specific meetings that you
Okay.
attend regularly,
All right.
let's chat about it, and then we can kind of get that squared away going forward.
And I think if there's something noteworthy to share, then that is of, board concern,
Okay.
that would be good,
All
but
right.
we don't feel like we need to go down our calendars and say everything
All right.
that
I see what you
we've
mean.
done. And I don't want the public to think that, like I said, if we don't have anything to report, that doesn't mean we haven't been active in
I know.
our. in
Totally
our-
understand.
Right. So with
just
that,
wanted
who would like to
clarification.
start?
Thanks,
Thank
I'll
you.
start.
Perfect.
No report.
Well done. Well done.
You just had to. Where's my gift?
Okay,
You got it? You got it, John?
let's go ahead.
John. Go
Well,
ahead.
okay.
Either way.
I have two meetings I wanted to let you guys know about. Last Friday, Sierra Nevada Conservancy had a watershed improvement program summit, and it was celebrating their 20th year anniversary, which are like going, wow, for them, 20 years flew by since they were created by legislation. And there was some noteworthy items I wanted to share with you. California Secretary of Natural Resources, Wade Crowfoot, which many of you know from meetings, he specifically in his keynote opening referenced the prescribed fire project at Caples Lake. And I don't know how many, I know Heidel, you were on the board with me then when
Yeah.
Lawrence Crabtree had to come. So I think it was 2019, I think.
Yep.
But that prescribed fire really was instrumental in helping to stop and fight the Caldor fire
Wow.
from, so I think the state is really recognizing the importance of these projects because they're seeing how helpful they've been. So I'm really glad to see that because in their policy and funding, they're starting to help with more of these projects that we need to protect our communities. So I thought that was important. And then Butte County Supervisor Doug Teeter, who actually lost his home in the Paradise Camp Fire, and I've known him from RCRC since I got on the board. He pointed out, he was also a speaker at the summit, and he pointed out that, at first he was really skeptical about being appointed to the Conservancy because everybody thinks it's just conserving land, but the Sierra Nevada Conservancy has really been changing direction in the policies that it's responsible for. And now that he's been seeing that, he's a huge advocate. And the funniest part is he said, we're also tired of people telling us what to do with our property. But at the same time, these efforts and where we're all coming together as communities for resilience are starting to make a difference. So I appreciate his message. I've known him since I got on the board, and because he did lose his home, his perspective is just, I don't know, it's really his passion for what we're trying to do to protect our communities. I just love it. And then another thing that I noticed that you guys might, from all the work we're doing at the water agency and with the biomass and everything, a common theme throughout with many of the speakers there was the need and the efforts to get back to our working landscapes. I mean, that was just woven throughout all of the speeches throughout that whole day, was that getting back to kind of our roots and our local economies of what we used to do, which then managed the land. So I really appreciated those things. Those were my takeaways from that. And then yesterday, we had a First Five Commission meeting, and the noteworthy things from there were we discussed our next strategic plan and the use of community advisories. And oh my God, these things are chaotic and messy, but they're trying to figure out how to use it. So that's coming up in the next strategic plan. We, the board, approved collaboration with the Marcella Foundation, which is in Tahoe, to implement the Dolly Parton's Imagination Library. I don't know if you guys have heard of that, we're going to be implementing that countywide in collaboration with Marcella Foundation, so that each child under the age of 5 will receive a monthly book. And I've always loved seeing that Dolly Parton does that, and the fact that our county is joining that is really great for childhood learning. And so so that's coming up. We approved that, and some funds, of course, to go with it. And then I don't know if you saw in your emails today, but Kathy Guerrero is our executive director on the First Five, and she emailed everyone, so it's out there. But ever since the board decided to stop 211, which was the right thing to do because it wasn't being used well, I'm not sure what's going on or why, but there's some data that Kathy sent out and presented at our meeting yesterday. But the use of hubs and the hub phone numbers has skyrocketed. And we didn't anticipate that when we said we're gonna stop 2-in-1 and just have it go to the hub phone number. So there's a lot of talk about how we're going to sustain that. But the good thing is that people are finding it a useful service, which is what we wanted. But how do we maintain that? And interesting bit was that the people that are calling, most of them are about homelessness or the fact that they're on the brink of homelessness. So we have a big issue. It's glad that we have some resources to navigate people to assistance, but they did not expect this. I mean, I'm looking at the math and it's like 5 times as many phone calls as we used to get. So in my mind, that just means that 2-in-1 wasn't working.
Right.
And what we're doing now is, and we got to figure out how to sustain that. So that's all I have for you.
Thank you. Excellent. Supervisor Turnbull?
Yeah, I just wanted to say that we just, the only thing I really attended, it's really not, but it was Back to Badge night. It was on Saturday night. It was very, very well attended. A lot of people, over 600 people were there. So it was great and it was good. Jeff talked about a lot of good things and a lot of good things that they're doing at the Sheriff's Office. So
Yes. Thank you. Supervisor Heidel?
I'll just mention that Supervisor Parlin and I were also there. Great event. I'll keep going here. Thursday, March the 7th, the California State Association of Counties held their Board of Directors meeting. I had Cindy distribute to you an update of the at-home project. So hopefully you got that in your email. So you can understand where they're trying to emphasize the need for homeless housing and everything else that goes with that. And then the El Dorado County Transportation Commission meeting, one of the key things that I always look at is this project monitoring report to include the Caltrans project map. And I just shared that with Brooke, and evidently she had not seen that. And obviously it touches into the basin. And so I'm going to make sure she gets a copy of it, but it's just for, make sure that everyone gets the same information as best we can. And then on Monday, the 11th, the Sacramento Placerville Transportation JPA board meeting occurred. We already talked about the master planning. There was another part of that. There was a study session held on the renewal of the Placerville and Sacramento Valley Railroads application for excursion trains. And the excursion train, it really has kind of 2 parts. It has the Sacramento County, i.e. Folsom part, and then it has the crossing into El Dorado County part. We control the crossing into El Dorado County, but they're talking about a 7-year agreement, which would have certain provisions in it to include when and if the Sacramento or the Southeast Connector JPA establishes funding to make the improvements that go past the crossing of the railroad SPTC with White Rock Road, that there would be an ability to terminate all conditions of the agreement, because in all likelihood, the starting point for an excursion train in Folsom would have to go to the south side because of the difficulty and costs in that crossing. So a number of considerations there, great discussion, but it was just a study session that's going to be revisited. So I'll leave it at that. Last night, we also held the El Dorado Community Council meeting, and Lieutenant Troy Morton and Chief Mike Lilienthal made the presentation on perimeter map. That went over great. I think there was a lot of good response. So we're spreading the word on that. And then lastly, there was a lot of, during our open comment period or public comment period, there was a lot of concerns on the Gateway Warehouse. We heard a little bit about. It's a proposal in the El Dorado Business Park. There's 2 warehouse facilities that are under construction that already have permits, but there's a proposal for more, which would include potential for a company called Gateway to occupy it. So that's what's gotten the stir going. People are seeing some of the advertisements Gateway is putting out that would indicate it could be a very large warehouse structure, truck traffic, et cetera. I don't think that's what's planned, but you always have to consider what does the authorization allow as opposed to maybe current users, right? Because there's can always be transfers and sale of property, and before you know it, you ended up with something maybe you didn't think you were getting. So again, we're going to have to go back and really look hard at what's in that El Dorado Hills Business Park criteria in terms of what can go into the business park, and is it consistent with the transportation routing and everything else. So it's just a reminder that anytime you see the proposal for large structures within an existing facility, there's going to be an interest by the public to really understand the details of how we got to this point, right? And again, it kind of goes along with, if we can't make roadway improvements for capacity, and we've got all these preordained advancements and improvements of property for warehouses and stuff, and we have this traffic thing that has to go with that, and they're already by right, what do we end up with? We end up with level service traffic. LOSF traffic. So it's a big picture thing, but that's in District 2. And George wasn't able to make the meeting, so I just wanted to report on that. So that we all understood it.
Great. Well, thank you. A lot going on down there.
Oh, yeah, there is a lot.
Very briefly, kind of tying back into the comment we had earlier about the blueprint process. Like I had mentioned, I had a policy and innovation committee meeting yesterday. And what's noteworthy for the board is that we were going out for the RFP for the consultant that's going to do this work. And the SACOG board at our last meeting was concerned that the item before us was to authorize staff to enter into an RFP without the SACOG board seeing it. And so the SACOG board did not like that and kicked it back to the Policy and Innovation Committee for its suggestions and review. So that was yesterday, and we were able to see the RFP. And I appreciate that the SACOG board was very cognizant about the fact that we wanted to make sure that the language in the RFP wasn't trying to drive a result. And so in reviewing that, where it's a very strong committee, we all felt very confident with the language that it was not trying to drive an outcome. And so we are recommending to the SACOG board that we pursue that course of action. But I just wanted to bring that forward to this board because I know those are also our concerns.
Yeah.
So that was a relief and a good plan. Also wanted to bring forward to this board that I know Supervisor Parlin was in on part of the meeting, had a meeting with, on a cap to cap, I'm on the wildfire team. I will be going to cap with the water agency. And I am very impressed with this wildfire team. They are very organized and looking at just all kinds of issues that we continually talk about: biomass, managing our forest, water and watershed management, resiliency measures. And so I'm very hopeful that the effort will be meaningful back in Washington. And so just very much tied into that. And I appreciate Supervisor Parlin also tying into that. So that's all I have for now. So with that, we have our assistant CAO, Laura Schwartz, and we're delighted to have you with us today. What update do you have for us today?
No update.
Excellent. All right.
You only had one shot, Laura. Come on.
Well, thank you for being with us. So with that, we will go into closed session to hear item number 24. At this time, we will recess, and anyone who wishes to provide comment on that may do so at this time.
Now taking public comment on closed session item number 24. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when your time is up. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining the meeting by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record. Seeing no public comment in the boardroom, now taking public comment from online participants. There is no public comment.
All right. Well, thank you all for being with us today. We will see you next Tuesday. That's the 19th, I believe. And hope you have a great rest of your week and weekend. Thanks again for being with us.